Right, I was out voting at 7:01. That was my time. You ready?
Ready.
We'll call to order this meeting of February 5th, Board of Supervisors, Ventura County. Roberta, you want to do the roll call?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Parks? Here. Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn? Here. And Supervisor Foy?
Here. We don't have nobody here for a moment of affirmation, so we'll move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. And I'll do it myself. Join me in this pledge to our great flag on a great day here we're voting in California. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have the minutes. What's that? For approving? Okay, do we have a second? Second. There we go. And we'll vote. Okay. Then we'll go to agenda review.
Chairman Foy, we have two items. Consent item number 11, the agenda title only should read requires a 4/5 vote. And on item 20, there is a revised board letter. I think it's been circulated to your offices. Recommendation number 4 has been changed, and the election is to be held on April 22nd, and staff will do a presentation at the time the item comes before the board.
Okay, great. We now have consent items 10 through 4. Oh, pardon. Do we have a second? You push your button. We'll vote. Waiting on somebody. There we go. Okay. And then we have our consent items, items 10 through 14.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Me too.
Item,
I'm sorry.
and I know that our clerk is doing her best, but again, item 10, for the redevelopment agency report. These reports have to be produced to provide to the agencies who we report to, and to duplicate it in the agenda, just questioning the paper again.
Okay. Supervisor Parks?
Yes, I had a question on item 13. This is a Public Works Watershed Protection District contract with a law firm, and I'm wondering if there's a way we don't just use our county council instead of contracting out. That's my question. And I don't see anyone here. I'd be glad to, if we want to hold that one until later. And there's county council. He can answer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Parks. We worked with the Public Works Agency to hire outside counsel because of the specialty nature of the work that was called for, that is, work before the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we felt that combining with other agencies to hire one attorney would be the best way to proceed. And so we recommended that it be done and approved it as well.
Okay, so it's a specialty that we don't have in your office at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, and the costs are being shared by the other agencies also.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for those. I have no problem, and I would move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. We got a second? And we'll vote on that. Appreciate you being cost effective. That's great. You mean, and also, you don't know everything? Just a little bit of everything. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Talking too much.
Cracking wise.
That's right. Getting caught. That's it. These machines. All right. We've got public comments. Mr. Carol Dean Williams.
Good morning, Ms. Cohen. Carol Dean Williams. Here is a late-coming correction from the Ventura County Star by Tony Bassotti. I'd like to warn you, Mr. Foy, Kathleen Wilson is in the audience, and she usually does a hit job on you, so I'll be expecting the hit job coming.
Oh, she loves us. Come on.
Yeah. Quote, a story on December 15th incorrectly reported that Carol Dean Williams was not a candidate for County Board of Supervisors. Williams has filed papers to run for the office but has not yet qualified for the ballot. Unquote. Well, they don't print that for Mr. Bennett. I filed the exact same papers as Mr. Bennett. They have never made that statement on him. You prostitute press. You?
No. Let's.
Kind. I'll take that back.
Good.
I'll unprostitute you.
Come on. Let's be respectful.
Okay. All right. Here's our new Ventura City attorney. He's on a 1-year probation for the crime he's committed in Boulder, Colorado. But the latest news coming out of Boulder is the Deputy Mayor Crystal Gray of Boulder, Colorado, also works for the county, and she has spent much of her time on personal errands. Therefore, she has, but I know we don't have Ventura County people spending much time on personal errands, but I want to just call that to your attention, that there's a deputy mayor of Boulder, Colorado with a county job that got caught. But one person that does come to mind is Carl Morehouse as a county employee in Mayor Ventura. I'm now getting information where he was loaned out. He was loaned out at full county salary to do other work. The saga continues. The campaign finance ordinance now should be amended to fine contributors that contribute to illegal campaigns, as Mr. Bennett's was. Here's a list of the people in the 700 club and 600. You know, a lot of these people couldn't fork over another $100. They're only 600. But the ordinance needs to be amended to fine these people that has contributed to an illegal campaign. We've got to stop this corruption of big money in Mr. Steve Bennett's ongoing campaign here, since he's the champion. Now here's our new public defender. I got a question for Supervisor Long. She's quoted here, quote, "We're excited about your willingness to step up and take the years of experience you've had and all your insights and bring them to the office," unquote, Supervisor Kathy Long said. Supervisor Kathy Long, will you still support this public defender when the smoking gun is presented to this board that he has spent over $900 of public funds illegally, fully well knowing that he has done it? It's fully documented. Are you going to support that public defender when that smoking gun is presented? I have it. Would you like to see it anytime, Supervisor Long? I believe your appointment of your public defender is probably even a little bit more important than the appointment of your CEO. Because the public defender, you have been leaving in there for 24 years in one position without any review of appointment. Is there any other appointed position that you appoint that you walk away and do not review that person's conduct? When a citizen comes here and says that he violated Penal Code 19.6.
That's our time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Armando Vasquez? We sent him away. Wasn't that the same stuff we talked about last time? Wasn't that the same thing you talked about last time?
I'm going to try to put the dots together, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've confused a few of you. This is the city's proposal that we've been floating for about the past 4 years. It takes a courageous amount of leadership on the part of Mayor Holden to propose to Ventura County that the city of Oxnard will partner with you and develop 200 jobs within the city structure, within the departments. Where do we get the money to support this? I've discussed this a number of times with Supervisor Flynn. He's been championing this cause for a long time. It's partial monies taken from the youth WIB monies and the adult WIB monies, and of course some discretionary monies that we just got. This is a possibility for the county and every city in Ventura County to work and produce some jobs for our community. Way back when Johnson started the CETA program, the Great Society, the idea was to get poor folks jobs. In this county, we're doing everything but that. We've created a pipeline to the Ventura County Superintendent of Schools to remediate. We've created a pipeline to the Boys and Girls Club to remediate, but poor folks have not gotten jobs in the past 5 or 6 years. This is a change, an incredible ability to change that paradigm and really get poor folks good, high-paying wages with benefits. Let's create some taxpayers out of these people, homeowners. Let's really work together to create a possibility where people can uplift themselves. This is a letter from both Mayor Holden and also former WIB board member or president Penny Bohm that is basically supporting what we're trying to do. And I'll have copies of this for you. And finally, what we're doing without very much money at all is getting our Keys Youth program going. I want to flash this so that anybody in the county that has at-risk youth ages 13 to 24, to please send them our way, and hopefully by the time we get done with this program, remember every one of these kids is mandatorily assigned to college. They make $300 to $500. They get a job, they get free legal assistance, and they get free clinical assistance. The people that are supporting this are all of the City Council, the Mayor, Clínicas del Camino Real, Oxnard College, the Tri-Counties Labor, and I hope that you folks take it into your hearts and create some type of synergy between county and city so that we can move forward and create some jobs for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our board comments. Supervisor Flynn, you ready?
Yes, thank you. Just ask that the board adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I'd like to call one out. Elsa Kristen Jensen Cooley. She retired from the Ventura County Mental Health Department. She was also a second lieutenant in the Army Reserves. Encourage everybody to vote today. Regardless of where you stand, I think everybody could agree that today is probably the beginning of real change in this country, both in terms of where the leadership options are going to stand for us in both the Republican and the Democratic Party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. certainly today is a historic day, and encourage everyone to vote. Take this opportunity. It's really what makes our country such a strong country, in the process to be able to cast your vote and express your opinion and concerns and to have your voice heard. So appreciate that folks are already out there doing that. And part of, and comment on that, is that CSAC issued a note out to folks that that basically says that we expect delays in the election night results, and they reference those delays as perhaps an issue that came up over 6 months ago when the Secretary of State decertified many counties' electronic voting systems. And our county is in good stead, so we don't fall in that group, but there's real angst in some counties with what's going to occur tonight and maybe for a couple days ahead with the delays in the votes. So something to be aware that there is concern out there. The other thing related to CSAC, just returned from an executive board meeting. There's a couple of things I wanted to share with you. One is the glossy piece that CSAC puts out, kind of their communication piece to talk about what services are offered. And I hope that all of you receive one. I will pass this down in case you want to take a look. Under the CSAC Finance Corporation, they have launched some new programs. One is a cooperative purchasing program with Going Green Purchasing. And I know that our GSA leaders, and they are involved with these programs, and I think they're value added for all counties and good services that are being offered by CSAC. Now, we had an interesting presentation at the CSAC board meeting from the Director of Finance for the state of California, Michael Genest. Actually, it was pronounced Genest. He's the director of the Department of Finance. And interesting is probably being polite, because he basically came in there and told counties that if we don't know how to manage our 2-month cash flow problem, we shouldn't probably be in the business. And we were all duly insulted and pretty much said, we've been managing the state's cash flow problem for years. It's unfortunate, because he was certainly standing by I'm sure the product that they delivered for the governor to wrap his arms around. But it clearly is saying that local government, you're on your own, both with the cash flow problem, but into this next year, because the package that the governor is putting together is a good package and is doable and will take care of the structural deficit of the state. So it's unfortunate that he's taken a position, he as one person at least presented to CSAC that the counties are to be discounted and that we should be able to take care of our own house. And in response to that, the CSAC board has drafted a letter to the governor, and I have copies to provide to you, on the proposed deferred payments to counties. And it raises the issues that probably some of the smaller counties are more challenged with this cash flow problem than the larger ones, but there are some counties that probably are on the brink of some other alternative action, because they aren't able to either borrow, they don't have the cash flow flexibility that larger counties do. And the issue is more one of principle, in that we have to stand our ground to say that we are doing at the local level, managing our house well, and that the state needs to really sit down with us and work with us, and not draw lines in the sands again and become adversarial with counties. So it made for an interesting meeting. So I wanted to share that with you. And I also have a list to adjourn in memory of folks from the 3rd District, and I think that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I would like to thank Supervisor Long and Flynn for attending the VCTC Unmet Needs hearings. That was good that you volunteered for that, and I know there's a lot of people who feel that we can do better in terms of providing transit in our county. And I know you're under difficult constraints as to what's considered a need as opposed to a want, as I've heard it explained. I also wanted to note that at the last VCTC meeting, we did have some pretty upsetting news regarding bonds and the fluctuating bond market, particularly as it relates to Lewis Road. That a project that VCTC agreed to expedite to assist Cal State Channel Islands, and so we're facing that. And as you were talking about, a lot of counties are having problems, particularly the smaller ones. But you can see where something like just that one issue of the bond can really affect the finances of a small municipality. And then finally, since I'm on the VCTC bandwagon here, I'm putting together what I call Maglev dinner this Thursday, and been getting some tremendous response. I have 50 people that signed up for it, and it's completely booked, and just the amount of interest has been rather overwhelming. We've got a dozen people on a waiting list and more still calling. So it just shows that there is some real interest out there for alternative modes of transportation. I'm looking forward to that and have a few different presenters at that meeting. And I know VCTC will also be putting together a transportation summit or a transit summit probably at the end of this year, where we might get another opportunity to look at some presentations of alternative transportation modes. So I'd also ask that the Board of Supervisors close in honor of the people on this list, and that completes my board comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Myself, this last weekend, Moore Park High competed in their decathlon, or the super quiz portion, with a score of 57 out of 60. They did a real good job, kind of an unofficial win. But Moore Park has built a reputation of being a powerhouse in this decathlon, so it's great to see that our high school is doing well. And then also, again, last weekend we had a little bit more rain, and we started to see some storm damage, signs of that starting to happen. I think we know that. We're working on some funds for some emergency repairs and also some permanent restorations for about $1 million. So we're trying to find that. And then also, I want to have the board adjourn in memory of Mimi Schmidt. Mimi Schmidt is a 45-year resident, or was a 45-year resident of Simi Valley with her husband Glenn, and Glenn was a member of the Board of Supervisors back in 1970. She had done an awful lot, worked through the launch of cityhood. She was the first woman candidate with 55 others when they did the incorporation. That effort failed back then, but in '69 when they did incorporate Simi, she was part of that whole thing, plus raised 7 sons. So we wanted to say goodbye to her.
Excuse me, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, her name again?
Mimi.
Oh,
Mimi
okay.
Schmidt. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Supervisor Foy, I forgot to mention that
Yeah.
I'm going to be out of state on Sunday and Monday.
Okay. Right. Great. Okay. Those are my comments, and then we'll move on. We got a 9:30 certain coming up, but maybe we can move through a few of these other ones. Why don't we move to number 31, our healthcare agency, ambulatory care.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Mrs. Robinson. This is a request for your board to approve a $150,000 Kaiser Foundation grant to further improve specialty care access for the uninsured. The VCMC specialists do an excellent job in terms of dealing with demand on the system. However, this is an opportunity for us to look at best practices and other opportunities to further improve our system.
Okay. You have a, hang on, we have a question from our auditor for a comment.
Chair Foy, members of the board, Marty, in connection with this board letter, I'm requesting that your board review a policy currently in the county administrative manual. As you may notice in this board letter, it refers to additional positions and budgetary changes, but you don't see a recommendation to add appropriations, increase estimated revenues, and the position allocations. When my staff inquired as to the missing information, they were informed that the CEO would make the budgetary modifications and add the positions under the delegated authority of the county admin manual. The CEO, county council, and I met on this issue, and we disagree on the extent of the delegation. Having drafted this for my predecessor to address the flexibility needs for the CEO's predecessor, Lynn Coster, as reviewed by County Council's predecessor, perhaps this is an opportune time to review this policy. The policy currently reads as follows. If I could have the overhead, Roberta.
Number 7 or 8?
The Board of Supervisors approves an annual operating plan for each internal service and enterprise fund. If demands for service, that's the term I'm focused on, if demands for service and therefore revenue fall below those anticipated in the operating plan, expenses must be reduced accordingly. The Board of Supervisors has delegated the authority to the County Executive Officer whenever demand necessitates to make adjustments to the operating plan, including personnel additions and deletions. The agency or department head must submit pertinent information for the review and approval of the County Executive Office to ensure conformance with controlling county policy. The Auditor Controller's Office will be advised of any needed adjustments. If agreement cannot be reached, the matter will be referred to the Board of Supervisors for resolution. That's the issue I'm here for today. Originally, the phrase demand for service was intended to address appropriation increases needed to handle an increase in the level of service for a client department, or a decrease necessitated by decreases in a client department's needs. What occurred over time is basically a scope creep, and it seems like any and all changes for ISFs and enterprise funds are including new revenues as well as new program levels are funneled through this authority. An ISF or enterprise fund should operate much as a business does. It's not my intent to hamper or unnecessarily burden the process or add red tape. However, aside from the legal aspects the County Council is currently reviewing, I'm concerned that approximately $20 million in additional appropriations, 62 positions with a payroll cost of $2.6 million were added in the last fiscal year alone, with no opportunity for public input or board discussion. In the interest of transparency and good government, I would request your board review this policy and at least consider the fact that the current delegation carries no dollar limit, no limit on the number of positions, no report back to the board on a periodic basis, and no limitation on whether these modifications should be addressing existing service levels versus new programs or new revenue sources. That's my request, if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions on that real quick?
Sure do.
Sure, yeah.
I want to hear County Council's response,
yeah.
and I want to hear the CEO's response. What may start?
You want to?
Well, whoever, whichever way.
Sure, you want. Who wants to go first? Okay, CEO will go first.
We do have a disagreement with the Auditor Controller relative to the delegation of authority. As you know, with enterprise funds, we try to be able to move quickly to resolve issues within the enterprise funds and the internal service funds. The concerns that the auditor has raised, we have talked with County Council about looking whether there's any statutory reason that would preclude us from handling these in with the flexibility that we do relative to an enterprise fund or ISF. County Council is in the process of reviewing that part. If there's a statutory problem, then we do obviously need to address the issue for the Auditor Controller. If there is not, we may need to revise this portion of the admin manual in order to reflect if there is confusion about it, which there is confusion because Christine obviously has one interpretation and our office has a different. So we may need to revise that to give clarity. So with that, I will hand it off to my friend over in the County Council's office.
I was asked to look at this last week when the subject arose. We have begun researching the question of what happened back when this policy was adopted. As Ms. Cohen has explained, it was done actually 2 predecessors ago in my office and in the CEO's office. And as I mentioned to Ms. Cohen at that time, those were very careful people: Jim McBride, Tom Mann, Lynn Coster. And so I doubt that there is an illegality here, but it's something that we will review and report back on if that's the board's desire.
Okay.
If I may expand, my question at this point is not a matter of legality. My question is appropriateness in financial management, with $20 million being added in appropriations. If I were, the Auditor Controller's Office needed to have a new publication made, and your board accepted a grant for me to do this publication. My office would have the budget to do the publication, but if it comes in mid-year and GSA provides the printing and the postage, and their appropriations don't have that added volume from the client department, then that is the adjustment that was originally delegated for the CEO to make that adjustment. GSA was going to bill me anyway. I have the appropriations to pay them, so that was where the limitation was. That's where I'm seeing now that there's a change. This item is coming to your board anyway to accept the monies. Why did it not include the positions and the budget modifications in the item itself? That's just a logical issue that we were expecting.
Is that your main concern, is that we didn't, the appropriations, I mean the positions weren't added to it? To the
positions aren't in here, and neither is the budget modification.
Right.
And what I was trying to give you was a sense of the size. Last year, about $20 million were added in appropriations in the proprietary funds under this delegation, and 62 positions.
And, okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
What's your timing in County Council in terms of your review?
It will probably take us about 2 weeks to backtrack, and if we can't find past research, and we haven't so far, then we will have to reconstitute what was done probably approximately 10 years ago. And
well, what we have in front of us is sort of a continuation of the current policy at this point in time. I think I'd move this and wait until but I'd like to hear back from County Council and the CEO about what your analysis is. Bottom line is I care less about what they did back then and what is the right policy for us to have for the future. So I'll move the recommended action.
Well, I have a motion on, and you have a second already, Supervisor, so I will also stay with that motion. And just to comment that I think there clearly is a difference between enterprise funds, as was noted, in our ability to be flexible and budgets that are established in June, and that the departments honor those budgets. I want to first say, and I'm certain that the Auditor Controller wasn't putting this out for any intention of for the public's perspective to say that there's any wrongdoing here. It's just a matter of, are we doing the best administrative oversight? And I'm sure that was her intention.
Absolutely. The policy itself says if we disagree, we bring it to the board, and that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Right. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'll request to speak. I think when the Auditor Controller has a concern, she has every right to express that concern. And whether she's right or wrong, we'll find out.
Yeah.
But we don't want to inhibit her in any way from expressing that. That's her duty. She's an elected person. So we'll see what County Council has to say about this.
Mr. Renz, can I ask you a question before we do this motion? The idea that we're going to receive grant funds is what you're doing. And then there's a couple positions, basically, that go with this, or are you going to use positions already within your system, or are you trying to hire new people for this?
We are requesting a one clinical nurse specialist position for the term of the grant. We have the opportunity, if we are successful during the planning phase, to receive $300,000 in the subsequent 3 years, each of the subsequent 3 years. So we anticipate this to be a 4-year project. We always work with CEO's office to ensure that any positions that we bring on board related to a grant as it's a policy that they are released once the funds are no longer in place.
Right. And, okay, all right. Good. I do appreciate the auditor's comments in the 20 million and 62 positions. There's no question we're going to move into some tougher times. We want to be careful what we're doing, and I do agree with you, Supervisor Flynn, that she has the right to come, and it's good to hear those kind of things, and we'll wait on the CEO. So we'll move, and then we have a motion and a second.
And I would just say that
I'm sorry.
I also support the motion. This is one of, I guess, a trend that we've been doing for several years, but it is good to look at and see if this is the best way that we can do it.
Right. Okay, we'll vote. Okay, and then we'll, thank you. We'll go to number 32.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. Item 32 requests your ratification and approval for the purchase of state hospital bed and usage agreement. We anticipate $138,780 cost for next year, and that purchase is one bed for the department. The Behavioral Health Department has the funds for this budgeted.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions here at all? We have a motion? And we have a second, and then we'll vote.
Just a point.
Yes,
That's
sir.
$138,000.
$138,780, which purchases one hospital bed at the state hospital.
Really expensive, isn't it?
Unbelievable. Okay. Everybody voted? Yes, okay, great. And then number 33?
Item 33 requests your approval for the department to apply for our 2007-2008 SAMHSA block grant. The total revenue from that would be $306,000, and that funds our respite program through United Parents. It funds our HAT program through United Parents, and it also funds dual diagnosis services at the juvenile facilities.
Move approval.
We have a second, and we'll vote. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to 34. We are moving along.
Good morning, Supervisor Foy, members of the board. Ms. Robinson. My name is Linda Henderson, Director of Public Health. The item before you is a request for approval to sign an agreement with the Department of Public Health on our housing opportunities for people living with AIDS. And because of a rare error in our department, the contract was sent back to the state prior to coming here, and I apologize. We've rectified that error, and that won't happen again. These funds are used to assist our clients with ensuring that they've got proper services, that they have housing and medical care, and when they do not have housing, these funds can help support that, which allows them to manage their disease more clinically appropriate and to ensure a good quality of life.
I have a question,
Yes.
too. I know that the grant is based on the number of persons living with AIDS in our county. I'm wondering if you have an idea how many that is. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Well, over 300, probably for these types of funds, but I can get a more specific number for you.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. We'll vote. Okay, we'll go on to 35.
This next item is authorization to accept a grant in conjunction with Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia, for our pan-flu planning period. These funds allow us to continue to do our work on readiness on pan flu, which the surveillance in the world is allowing us to focus on a particular virus that we're paying attention to, which is the H5N1, which is the likely next pandemic flu. It is active in Malaysia, Indonesia, in that part of the world. To date, there is not transmission from person to person that would make this into a pandemic yet, but there are people who are dying from this illness, and the mortality rate is about 65%, which is a high mortality rate. But we continue to work with the World Health Organizations and all of the organizations to do surveillance on this particular virus. Just to let you know some of the things that we've accomplished so far, there are pages and pages and pages of this, but I have brief time, so if I can just take 1 minute. We've done extensive purchases for medical supplies for alternative care sites like ventilators, cots, masks, medications, things that we would need in the event of a large-scale event like this. It's allowed us to identify and locate and use a warehouse or a bunker where we can keep all of these supplies. These kinds of things take a lot of room, and they need to be in a special place that is secure and also is temperature controlled. We have mutual aid agreements with hospitals to share staffing and resources in a time of a disaster, and this MOU is become a model in the state. And we have hosted many meetings with all of partners, agriculture, housing, colleges, universities, schools, law enforcement, on pan flu readiness. So that's just to name a few of the accomplishments with the use of these funds.
Great. Thank you.
Could I ask,
Yes.
as far as your bunker that you're keeping, I imagine vaccines and things in?
Yes.
Do you have them dispersed both East and West County, or is they primarily here on the West County?
We have our supplies centralized here, but through our points of distribution, we can certainly move our medications. Actually, it's not vaccines. It's actually antiviral medications. There is no vaccine for this particular virus.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. We'll vote.
I've got a basement in my office.
Oh, you wonder.
We'll take it.
That's great. Well, thank you. Okay, we go to number 36.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board. Before you is approval of a request from the City of Oxnard Community Development Commission for subordination of county pass-through payments from the Hero, Main, and added redevelopment project areas. As a little background, the Hero project area was established in 1998. It contains approximately 22 acres made up primarily of older commercial corridors within the city. In 2004, there was an additional 80 acres that was added, and that's known as the added or annexed area. The Hero project area has a 40-year life. The main project area will expire in the year 2044, the added area in 2049. The plan allows for the incurring of debt for the first 20 years of the project area. The debt does not have to be repaid until the end of the project, which is in 2044. And the amount of debt that can be incurred at any one time is $350 million. A report from the county auditor's office indicates that gross tax increment to the Hero project area this year will be slightly over $9.6 million. Approximately $500,000 of that will be passed to the county general fund and flood zone district. If redevelopment had not been imposed on these properties, the county share of this revenue would have been approximately $2 million. Your board has historically taken a cautionary approach toward approving requests for amendments to changes to city-county redevelopment agreements. Requests such as those for time extensions to the plan and increases in debt repayment ultimately mean a reduction in future revenue to the county. However, in some instances, such as this, law dictates the action the board must take. Redevelopment law states that the county can only deny Oxnard's request if it finds that there is substantial evidence to support the claim that there will not be sufficient revenue to pay off both its bond debt payments and pass-through obligations to the county and the other taxing entities. To support this request, Oxnard provided tables on anticipated revenue, bond cost, housing set-aside cost, and pass-through payments for the life of the project area. The current year, 2007-2008, showed the highest percentage of bond costs, which will be approximately this year, 2007-2008. And that percentage is going to be approximately $1.2 million. The law states that pass-through payments are made first to the Housing Set-Aside Fund before they're made to the taxing entities. And that's 20% of the gross TI, which is, for this year, 2007-2008, is $1.9 million. So if you deduct the bond and the housing set-aside, that's $3.1 million. That leaves $6.1 million left to pay for redevelopment activities and the taxing entity pass-throughs. Now, according to AB 1294 formula, the HERO project area's tax entity formula, it's 25% of the TI to the year 2010, and that is basically for this year it's another 1.9 million. So relatively, they have enough money to pay both of the debt obligations and the taxing and to us as taxing entities. And the reason I use this year as an example is because this year has the highest percentage of bond payments to the revenue. As you go in the preceding years, the table showed that the percentage of bond payments to the revenue decreases as the TI increase. So in fact, the evidence that they provided in the table shows that they do have enough money to pay both the bond payments and the taxing entities. So based on this, the board does not have the evidence to deny their request for pass-through subordination. And probably what's going to happen, we're bringing this up, is with their ability to incur up to $350 million at any one time, this is going to keep coming back to the board over the life, at least through the first 20 years. So, and if you have any questions.
Okay.
I have one.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you.
Lots of people.
We don't have any choice in this situation, and I don't have a problem with this particular project. I just want to comment about the whole redevelopment scheme in California is broken, this is just.
Well, not all redevelopment is bad.
but the whole concept. Not every redevelopment thing is bad. I'm certainly not suggesting that. But the redevelopment, the whole approach, really calls for state action in terms of fixing it. My guess is we won't see that happen in our lifetime and stuff. So we don't have any choice. But we do have to make sure that that we're really careful about reviewing and making sure that they do have the revenues that they need for this. So thank you very much.
Great. Our auditor.
Thank you, Chair Foy. A couple of issues. On page 2, in the first paragraph, it refers to section 33607.5 of the California Community Redevelopment Law. That should read of the Health and Safety Code. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was that our projections in reviewing what was submitted by Oxnard does not take into account what has recently been litigated on paying on actual collections versus on the equalized roll. And because of that, I'm not in a position to project what that impact is going to be on their estimates. So without any additional information or a better crystal ball, again, we're stuck with the language of the code that tells us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Parks.
Yes, I would also echo Supervisor Bennett's comment about redevelopment agencies. The whole concept is it's good if it's actually helping to improve blight, but you often see it being used by cities, for example, trying to get more sales tax, which is their major discretionary revenue source. One of the questions that I had, the tax increment is based on the property value increasing, and we're starting to see some changes in the economy, as well as cities are starting to hurt now in terms of less sales tax coming in. And I'm wondering if any of the possible downturns in the economy will have an impact on this.
I don't think on their tables, because normally what these consultants do, and I did check with this consultant, they do these tables on conservative figures. The table that they presented was just on a 2% growth, and they didn't include projections for build-out or new projects or anything like that. So it's just on a 2% growth.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Flynn?
Just a comment on the redevelopment. There have been some good redevelopment programs, as you indicate, but at the same time, there have been some abuses. Redevelopment areas have had great imaginations. Some projects have been in redevelopment for 3 or 4 times. I could cite one, but I won't, mainly because it's in my district. But that was, you know, where's the humor here today? So I won't do that. But somehow we need to get a hold of it, whether it's to turn it loose on the state legislature. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Perhaps to come up with some local proposals, maybe through CSAC, Madam CSAC. maybe to come up through some proposals through CSAC may be a good idea. But it certainly has too many abuses for us simply to ignore it. Not this particular project, but there have been projects.
Okay, got a motion? You made a motion, second, and we'll vote.
After that great speech, I made a motion.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move. Yeah, let's. Oh, one more vote someplace. Okay, that was uncertain. There you go. We'll move to 37 real quick. That's you, Supervisor Parks.
I would move the appointment of Keith Clark to Waterworks District 17, something that we may discuss on our board's commission report later.
Good, thank you. Got a motion, we got a second.
I'm trying to...
Yeah, we're going to just go through real quick, get some of these done. Let's get them all done, get these people out of here. Okay, vote. Yeah. Okay. We'll go to number 38. Sorry to make you sit down.
Not a problem. I can use the rest. Chairman Foy, members of the board, Mr. Robinson. My name is Butch Britt from Public Works Agency. The item before you is to seek authorization to go out to bid to pre-purchase concrete for the bridge over Old Creek Road in the Ojai Valley area. This is somewhat of an unusual and somewhat does involve some risk in that the project could be canceled later and we would have spent the money for the concrete. We chose concrete for the very reason I can spend $300,000 worth of concrete pretty darn quick, so it's not a risk in terms of pre-purchasing concrete. But I can't give you a written guarantee that everything we're doing will be approved. We have verbal approvals. We are hopeful to get written approvals in due course. The verbal approvals are people we have done business with before, both at FHWA and at Caltrans, and they're fairly high level, but we don't have written approval to this point. But we do have to move. We've got to go out and prepare contract documents for the pre-purchase, take bids, and get this done in a relatively short period of time. We also request authorization to expend up to $300,000 from the road fund monies on this project should it be necessary. The reason for the pre-purchase of the concrete is because of unexpected delays in the environmental processing process. We just ran across a very difficult processing of the National Marine Fisheries, what they call the their environmental or biological opinion. They took the full 6 months. It delayed us. We had anticipated basically a couple weeks for that biological opinion, and it did delay us. We are in danger of losing the Department of Fish and Game grants for this project. The obvious alternative was to seek an extension to the Fish and Game grant, and we certainly tried, but we were advised there was no extension. And considering the state financial status today, I think you can see one of the reasons why they're granting no extensions. My understanding is even Supervisor Bennett's office tried heartily to get an extension, and it was just not possible. Okay. This is the only alternative that we could come up with internally that we felt involved a minimal amount of risk that would still allow us to preserve the existing grant funds from State Department of Fish and Game and the Federal Highway Administration. The Federal Highway Administration funds are the majority of the grant funds for this project. They're our primary source of funding, and we can't afford to jeopardize the federal highway funds. The reason for asking for authorization to extend up to $300,000 is that this project was originally intended to be revenue neutral. Hey, costs have increased. You know, that's just a fact of life today, particularly in construction. Material prices are going up, gasoline prices are going up, and we're getting hit and whipsawed by the increases in prices. We have secured additional federal funding for the majority of the cost increases in construction, but there are some costs associated with the project that are not eligible for federal grant fund reimbursement. So to be prudent, we are advising your board and asking for authorization for up to $300,000 of local road funds. We will try to minimize the cost, but we feel that it's prudent to advise your board that there will be some cost to the road fund, and to put a cap on it at this point as best we can.
Okay.
Answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have a few. Supervisor Flynn?
Right. Butch, I really appreciate your straightforwardness in advising the board. Can you just tell me again, what is the purpose of this bridge?
The purpose of the bridge is to eliminate the existing dry weather crossing and Arizona crossing that is over Old Creek Road. It has been a source of concern for approximately the 19 to 20 residents that are over in that area. It also eliminates one impediment to steelhead trout crossing up and down the San Antonio Creek, or passage up and down the San Antonio Creek, which is a benefit to the State Fish and Game and to the Federal Highway Administration, and that's why they're funding the majority of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd just like to point a few things out to the board. One, this is a very hazardous crossing. When we have these high flows, people don't know when they're going to stop trying to cut across. You know, that human nature is you think, oh, I made it last time, and that's a little bit higher, I can make it this time. We've had cars washed off of that road. We've had rescues, the fire department. So we're putting our own people at risk here at this crossing, number one. Second thing I'd point out is, as Mr. Britt just pointed out, this is good for the environment. It's going to be, it means that there will be a bridge there, and the fish won't be held up. It'll also mean you won't have all the pollutants of all of these vehicles going by, going through the stream and going through the water, which is certainly what Fish and Game is trying to keep from happening. Also, that's why we got the Fish and Game grant, significant grant. When you add to that the fact that Old Creek Winery is there and they're applying for their application, and they can have many cars come, hundreds of cars come on weekends. That's all of that traffic, so it's not just the residents that are there. Third thing I'd point out is that for a while there was a real conflict between the residents using the Girl Scout road to be able to exit. And I remember the Star wrote a very interesting editorial, and I think Mr. Smith, who's here in the office, may remember, I think he was on the Star board at the time, but the Star's contention was the county permitted those roads there, those houses there, and the county has a responsibility to try to solve this problem that is now in existence. And the fourth thing I want to point out is that this is one of these projects that Mr. Britt and all of us here in the county have really worked hard to try to not bring this project in at no cost to the county at all. We were actually successful. We secured the fish and game grants that we needed. We secured the federal money that we needed. Mr. Britt identified what the cost was. We ended up getting all the grants, all the federal money that we needed, and then we got held up, I think, inappropriately, just in terms of how long the review was, and during that holdup, costs have gone up, and we cannot qualify for any more fish and game grant. So this is a small investment on the part of the county. We will not have this opportunity again to get a $2 million plus bridge for this investment on our part of the $300,000, and he hopes that it may not even be the $300,000. And then in addition to that, you have other places you can go with $300,000 worth of concrete. I understand. So I think you put all that together. I think there's compelling reasons for us to go forward with this, and I just want to compliment Mr. Britt for the hard work we have. It's been many years. I think we've been 3 years hammering away at since we started getting the grant.
Great.
Anyway, I wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks?
So I'm going to move the action to.
I'll second it.
Thank
Park.
you.
I think part of the reason why it was held up for so long is because the environmental community does have some concerns with the type of improvement that is being done, and I don't deny that an improvement is needed, but I think that there have been a lot of concerns voiced. My desire would be to see that you're saying the only alternative is this, would be to have in the future alternatives that will look at being able to provide some crossing without having to do the hardening of the creek bed that is so upsetting to the environmental community. So I just need to voice that concern, because I think we need to find better ways to go about our projects. I will support it for the health and safety issues, but in the future I would really like to see us start looking at better ways to develop that don't involve such impacts to the creek.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I might make a quick comment, thank you. This has gone through quite a few supervisors, and we congratulate you on the tenacity to stick with it, and for the transportation leadership too, to try and find a resolution to this, because we've all seen the pictures of what happens currently with the dry weather crossing. So we needed to get a project here that's going to address the health and safety piece. So good work.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We got a motion and a second, and we'll vote.
I'm going to explain my no vote, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm voting no on the project because it's a risk, number one. Number two, I think that it doesn't allow the board, with so much emphasis coming from one supervisor's office on this project to start it and everything, to allow the board to measure where road funds should go. This is going to require some road funds. And there are other projects that may have a higher priority. I don't know, but we haven't gone through that process. So with those words, I'm voting no, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try to get one more in. People out there, just real quick, trying to get some of these executives back into their work. We'll go to 39 real quick.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Robinson, Alec Pringle, Public Works Agency. The item before you is for award of a contract for a vehicle exam chamber to J&H Engineering of Camarillo in the amount of $464,940 and a new project total as noted. The project involves an 1,800 square foot chamber
It is two separate chambers to examine vehicles that have been involved in crimes, and each chamber is environmentally separated from one another, the controls in that, and it is located on the government center here. Could I have the slide, please?
Okay.
For item 39. You can see in the aerial here, the vehicle exam chamber is adjacent to the crime lab and the main jail, and on the government center. It's in a secure fenced area of the sheriff's department, so no issue with custody and that sort of thing. Next slide, please. This is just a little close-up view showing the access. There's landscaping that's involved in it, as well as the building itself, concrete masonry construction, basically. One other item, we'll be refiling the notice of exemption. We filed it a little bit early upon your board's approval of the item. Any questions?
Any questions? Do we have a second?
And the funding for this, if you'd please.
The funding is from the Sheriff Trust Fund.
And that comes from?
That I don't know. I don't know if there's a sheriff's representative here or not. I don't see one. No.
Okay. That would be the Cal ID Fingerprint Fund? Pardon? The Cal ID Fingerprint Fund? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we'll vote.
And that, is it already also in the budget?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
What do we got? That passed? Okay, great. We're going to skip 40. I just want to do 41 real quick and be done, and send the sheriff back across the board.
Good morning, Supervisor Ford, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, Laura Hernandez, Assistant Director for Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services. This morning we're asking for your approval to ratify an application submitted to the Governor's Office of Emergency Services under the Pre-Disaster Hazard Mitigation Program. We are coming upon a deadline up in 2010 to update our pre-disaster hazard mitigation plan, and we were looking at funding for an 18 to 20 month period to offset our costs of updating our current plan, which
Move
was developed
approval.
in 05.
Great. Thank you, and we'll vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We missing? Okay, great, thank you. We'll move to our 9:30 time certain. Thank you for being patient out there with us. And I think I've got the first. You got the first one? Go ahead. Why don't you go ahead? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This first 9:30 item is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors honoring the All Faiths Women of Vision Conference on their 10th anniversary, which they will celebrate this coming Sunday. It's a real pleasure to be able to present this resolution. We have a number of people in the audience, and I think it'd be really nice for us if we could have you all come down so that you will be recognized. We have Reverend John Martin, Church of the Foothills, United Church of Christ, Robin Martin, who's a conference coordinator, and I might point out that Robin has coordinated this thing for 10 years, and Reverend Jim Ayers, Ventura Seventh-day Adventist Church, Ruth Schwartz, Temple Beth Torah, Helen Carlsberg, Temple Beth Torah, and Jane, I hope I pronounce this right, Bell Busti, Santa Clara Catholic Church in Oxnard. And if you listen carefully to those churches, that really gives you a great example of just how broad this coalition of churches is. You know, the Foothills Church, the Ventura Seventh-day Adventist, the Temple Beth Torah, and the Santa Clara Catholic Church. The Ventura Interfaith Ministries Association is hosting the All Faith Women of Vision Conference this Sunday. And so that you understand what it is about, the All Faith Conference is Women of Vision Conference. It'll bring together women of all faiths to dialogue with one another about the importance of the role of women of faith, the importance the role of women of faith play in appreciating and serving all members of the communities, regardless of age, race, religious, ethnic, cultural, economic background. And I'd like to just give you an idea of the people that will be honored here at this point in time before I come down, and we're going to ask Robin, if our conference coordinator, if you could please give us some sage words of advice. But the highlight of the conference this Sunday, and I'm sorry I won't be able to be there this Sunday, the 10th anniversary, they'll honor their clergy and past award recipients and proudly announce their Women of Vision 2008 awards to 7 remarkable women in our community. One of those women is sitting up here on the dais, Ventura County 3rd District Supervisor Kathy Long. And it'll also be First 5 Ventura County Executive Director Claudia Harrison, St. John's Regional Medical Center Mission Education Specialist Director of Donor Relations, and that's Sister Carita Burnham, Ventura County Area Agency on Aging Executive Director Victoria Jump, Business Employment Services Department Director for Ventura County Human Services Director Lori Flack. I don't know if Lori happens to be here today, but I see Ted, if you let her know that she was recognized here today. Boys and Girls Club of Ventura Incorporated Board President Suzanne Lamont, and Ventura County Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice Board Member and former Chair Nan Waltman. So those are the people, and congratulations in particular to our own Supervisor Long for being one of the 7 women recognized. And Robin, would you please give us some sage words about this as I bring this down to you?
Thank you very much, and it is our pleasure to honor the leaders in our community. I think we don't often have enough opportunity to say thank you. We are very blessed to have so many outstanding people, both men and women, and it is also a pleasure to have 2 of the probably 100 clergy here in Ventura and Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Camarillo area that support this conference. And we have women coming from Newberry Park, Westlake Village, Ferrial Masri, a Muslim woman. We have a number of faiths that come together. The Buddhist priest from the Vietnamese congregation is coming, and it is a chance for us to stand together to say how important it is that we work together, people of faith. And it is not our differences in faith which unites us, it's our spirituality, and I think it's a good example to the rest of the world. And where do we start? We start with ourselves, we start within our own community, and we hope it will spread throughout. Thank you very much.
One, again, would particularly like to thank Robin. 10 years she's been doing this, and we've been getting those nice invitations, but you've honored a lot of people, and I think you've really stimulated a lot of, or reinforced a lot of good leadership here in Ventura County. So how about a big hand for Robin and the whole rest? And if we could, I think it'd be particularly appropriate, we've got somebody here to take a picture, but Supervisor Long, why don't you come down, and we'll let you hand this to Robin, and if you people could all come right around here, and we'll have the red jacket will really help that stand out.
Great. All right. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you. I have a resolution, too, that I'd like to present, and it's to the United Way Board, and I would ask that Dave Smith, our executive officer, I see Amy Fonzo and Wally Bobkowitz, and we have the whole group out there. Is Mike Powers, you part of it? I'm going to come on down and read this. This is a proclamation proclaiming 211 week in Ventura County. It's during the week of February 11th, 2008, which is 211. So 211 week, it says, whereas 211 is an easy-to-remember phone number that connects individuals with health and human service resources in Ventura County, and with approximately 3,100 nonprofit organizations in our county, plus scores of governmental agencies, finding help can be confusing and intimidating. Ventura County's 211 call center is staffed with trained specialists who quickly assess the caller's needs and refer them to help that they seek. And whereas 211 makes the entire network of health and human services function more efficiently by reducing the number of misdirected calls and reducing public frustration with the difficulties of finding help. And whereas 211 offers information on the broad range of services, including earned income tax credits, rental assistance, mortgage loan assistance, food banks, health resources, child care, after-school programs, elderly care, financial literacy, and job training programs, among others. And whereas 211 enhances public safety and crisis recovery efforts, as was demonstrated recently through the support of emergency communications and community support during the October 2007 Southern California wildfires, with 6 call centers in Southern California, including Ventura County answering a total of 133,000 calls in 5 days, with many 911 non-emergency calls referred to 211, thereby freeing up 911 operators for life and death situations. And whereas 211 is a valuable community impact partnership of Interface Children Family Services and United Way, Ventura County, and our first 5. So I'm going to come down there and present this, and Mr. Smith, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. I'd like to introduce Nancy Ferment, who's the program coordinator for 211 at Interface Children Family Services, who's here with us this morning, and also introduce Mike Powers, Wally Bobkowitz, who are members of United Way's Board of Directors, and I would like to acknowledge Christine Cohen, who was a member of the Board of Directors of United Way at the time that we started 211. So 211 is celebrating its 3rd anniversary this coming Monday, February 11th. We'll actually be having a 211 anniversary reception at the Topa Tower Club that evening, and certainly you're all invited and encouraged to attend. 211 has seen remarkable growth and value in its short time of existence. Currently, the 211 call center located in Camarillo is fielding about 1,500 calls a month, broad range of health and human service issues and concerns and challenges that face the residents of Ventura County. But I think it's interesting to put 211 into perspective at both the state level and the national level. Since we started 211 3 years ago as the first 211 center in the state of California, 12 additional counties have gone live with 211. 5 additional counties will go live shortly here in 2008. We're currently reaching about 70% of the state's population with 211 service in Southern California and the Bay Area. And that number will only continue to increase with our goal of having a true statewide comprehensive 211 network in place by 2010. And nationally, the number continues to grow too. We're now at about 74% of our nation's populace having access to 211 service. It's an exciting program, it's a valuable program, and we really appreciate the fact that the board is proclaiming this week, next week, as 211 week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. And you know, it is kind of a surprise, almost an unintended benefit, is when they did have all those wildfires that instead of flooding the 911 line, people could call 211 and find out how, and a lot of them want to know, how can I volunteer? So it's a great service for both public safety as well as our social services. So thank you for your work on it. I know it's successful and it keeps growing, and we really appreciate how that helps our citizens as well as our county agencies. Thank you, and I'll present that to you. Do you want to speak too? Wally, you don't want to speak?
If I could just add one quick note too, because Wally Bobkowitz is the head of our, what we call our West County Action Team, and Mike Powers is part of that group also. On Saturday, all across the West County, there are going to be volunteers that are part of that team will be distributing 211 informational flyers at a number of locations. So we need to continue to spread the word about 211. Many people still don't realize what 211 is all about. In San Diego County, just one quick word, prior to the wildfires, not very many people knew about 211, but 130,000 calls later, it proved that many people did.
And I've actually had someone say they went on the internet and they couldn't find it. No, you dial the phone. It's 211. It's not. Thank you again. And,
Thank you very much. We have another resolution here today, too, that I will do. And this is that February is a National Parent Leadership Month here in Ventura County. And I think we have some people, Ms. Davis, Ms. Ullman, are going to be coming down. Parent leadership is essential and effective, in the means of strengthening a family. There's no question. The more parents know, the better they're equipped. It makes a huge difference in families. And I'm proud to present this resolution to the county parents. I know Elizabeth Humphrey, who started this, she's not able to be here with us today, so it's great. You want to say a few things? I'm excited about this. Got a nice young man here. Going to say something? That's
well,
great.
Thank you, Chairman Foy and board members for presenting the resolution recognizing National Parent Leadership Month. My name is Michael Cantor. I'm the director for the Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Communities. It's the designated Child Abuse Prevention Council in Ventura County. We provide the staff support for the Parent Leadership Council, and we thank you again for helping us further our mission to promote a community dedicated to safe, healthy, and peaceful families. Thank you again for your support and your partnership.
Wonderful. Got some more comments? I'm going to come down while you're talking.
I'm Donna Coonan, a supervisor in Children and Family Services, and it's really an honor and a privilege to be addressing you on behalf of Human Services Agency and this amazing partnership we have with Parents with Purpose. They are a very small but mighty group. This year they've doubled in size from 2 to 4, and they participate in several important initiatives within Ventura County Child Welfare, one being differential response and one being team decision making. And what they bring to this partnership is an invaluable insight into the impact that our policies and procedures have upon birth parents and caregivers. The other thing that I am just in awe of is the personal courage that these members have of Parents with Purpose in bringing forth their own story regarding their interaction with the child welfare system. And with that, I will introduce Leah Davis, who is somebody that I personally have a great deal of respect of what she has gone through and what she will continue to do in order to support families and children in this community.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members. Thank you again for supporting us in our efforts. Our families are just a few, Elias Olmos and Elizabeth Humphrey, and now we just added another parent leader, Ruby Renega. But what I'd like to share with you is some of what we've been doing regarding our presentations to the community for safe families, as well as foster care parents, as well as the team decision meetings like Donna just shared with you. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous this morning. Our foster care, our most prestigious accomplishment this year has been the appointment through the OCAP, the Office of Child Abuse Prevention, and the California Department of Social Services, our appointment to the California State Parent Team, where we will be reviewing policies and procedures that affect families and their services and getting them to engage in services, particularly to get our families on a more healthy track. And child abuse prevention is our cause. Once again, I want to thank you. We have approximately this last year 80 hours of advocacy. We've advocated for at least 15 families. I've been to 50 families, as well as attended at least 10 team decision-making meetings, which, again, to get the families to buy into services in our community. You will not make policies without us, about us without us. And so we need to be involved, and our voice needs to be heard. And so we are at the board now making our voice heard, and we want to thank you again for allowing us to do that.
My name is Elias Olmos. Thank you for everything. I'm just a parent volunteer with Parents with Purpose. I've been with them just close to a year now. I answer the hotline, and you know, it's a pretty interesting volunteer work. But I am involved too now with team decision-making meetings with social services, and we continue to just plug away at it and go forward. Like Leah said, you know, we're not going to make decisions, you know, without the parents. You know, so we just have the parents stay on track, pretty much self-supporting. Thank you.
There's no question that parenting is the greatest thing for our next generation, and appreciate all the hard work you do and taking care of our families. Thank you. Okay, move on to our next time certain, number 17, second hearing.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. Today you have the second hearing and adoption of the 2008 Memorandum of Agreement between the County of Ventura and the Criminal Justice Attorneys Association. You may recall at the first reading we identified for you that this is a one-year agreement, calls for base pay increases of 3.75% for those attorneys represented in the District Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, and the Child Welfare Office. It also provides for, consistent with our policy, is the increase in the flex credit allowance to the amount equivalent so it's equal for all bargaining units. It also makes provision for some adjustments that may be required in County Counsel's office as a result of compaction between attorney classes. We have, in accordance with policy, had this reviewed by the Civil Service Commission to assure that it had no significant impact on the county's personnel policies, rules, and regulations. I'll be happy to answer any other questions you may have regarding this agreement.
No questions I see, and then we'll vote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the hard work. We'll move on to our 10 o'clock time certain, number 18, public hearing regarding a plan, general plan amendment. We have to open this.
Good morning, Chair Foy, Ms. Robinson, and members of the board.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. For the record, I'm Tricia Meyer of the Resource Management Agency's Planning Division, and I'm here to present to you Project GP 050002 and Project ZN 040008. I'll begin with the project location. The site is located in the Ojai Valley off of Baldwin Road, Highway 150, north of Oakview and west of Miramonte. It's directly west of the Matilaha Ranch subdivision and west of the Ventura River. The subject site, if I can get this pointer to work. There we go. The subject site is 28.07 acres in size, and it's currently zoned OS 40 acres, as is the neighboring parcel here. The site is legal non-conforming due to its size because it's less than 40 acres. And the land use designation in the Ojai Valley Area Plan is also OS 40 acres. The southern portion of the parcel is currently vacant, so this portion here, which is really the subject of the application this morning. And on the north, there's a barn, a workshop, and 2 equipment sheds that are here that are used for the ag operation that's taking place on this parcel over here. To the east is the Matilaha Ranch subdivision, which is zoned rural exclusive, 2-acre minimum lot size. Now the project which is before you today, which consists of an amendment to the general plan land use designation in the Ojai Valley Area Plan from open space 40 acres to open space 10 acres for an 11.01 acre portion of the parcel you just looked at. That was the APN 011005218. And then an amendment to the zoning designation for the same 11.01 acre portion of the site from OS 40 acres to OS 10 acres. In a moment, I'm going to go ahead and walk you through a sequence of slides that will visually depict this change, and it will also show you sort of step by step as we add in the lot line adjustment that's proposed and the large lot subdivision, all of which is part of the entire entitlement for this project, though there's only 2 portions of that are before you today, the 2 portions that you see up there. Just a little background, the applicants purchased both this parcel and the neighboring 203-acre parcel in about 2002 and applied for a general plan amendment screening that your board reviewed and approved for an amendment to the Ojai Valley Area Plan back in February of 2005. So there are many parts to this ultimate entitlement, but only 2 are before you for consideration today. To clarify this, I'll begin with the existing lot configuration. You see 2 parcels up here. This is the 28.07 acres I just showed you a moment ago, and then this is the neighboring 203-acre parcel. So both parcels are owned by the applicants, and this is the existing configuration. You can see there's quite a bit of existing irrigated agricultural production, about 100 acres here on this site. And then over here, there's about 10 acres of ag production, as well as the barn and the other ag-related accessory structures over here that help this operation take place. Both parcels are traversed by the Live Oak Creek, which you see down here. And then this parcel here has also got on the east and west tributaries of Live Oak Creek, which create riparian corridors, which is important for the discussion on environmental impacts that we'll get into in a moment. The intent of the application before you today is to create a conforming 11-acre parcel. So you see that here in red. And by conforming, I mean that if we change the general plan land use designation and the zoning to OS 10 acres, then it's the right size. The parcel is already more than 10 acres, so it's a conforming lot, which is not what is here today. And it could be sold once the lot line adjustment is recorded. It could be sold and would result in the construction of 1 single-family residence and any related accessory structures. This, again, is accomplished by amending both the zoning and the Ojai Valley Area Plan land use designations from OS 40 acres to OS 10 acres. The overall general plan land use designation of open space would not be altered as a result of this application, just the minimum lot size. As I pointed out earlier, neighboring land uses are agricultural or rural residential. The proposed parcel would be consistent with this and provide somewhat of a transition between the OS 40 acres, which is located really to the north, west, and south of this parcel, and the Matilaha Ranch subdivision, which is, those lots are primarily 2 to 3 acres in size on the east there. If the zone change and the GPA are approved by your board, it will be followed by the recordation of a ministerial lot line adjustment. And this slide attempts to show you what will happen here. Right now, this is the existing lot line, and this is where the proposed new lot line would be. It really bisects the existing private road, Showcat Road, that's there today. So that's the intent of that. The applicants, again, intend to maintain the barn and ag structures on the north side of the parcel to continue their ag operation on this larger 200-acre parcel there. Ultimately, the applicants intend to record a large lot subdivision over here on the west side of the parcel to create a 41-acre site, and this would be approved by the planning director and meet all requirements of the Subdivision Map Act. It is not dependent on the GPA zone change that's before you today, so it could go ahead even if this application isn't approved today.
What is before us today on the right side, though?
Just this portion right here. It's a zone change and a general plan amendment to this 11.01 acres. This slide shows the proposed lot configuration. If all aspects of the project are approved, we end up with an 11-acre parcel over here, and then a 179-acre parcel here, and then the 41-acre parcel here with a large lot subdivision. So the development potential on each of these 3 lots would be 1 single-family home and then any related accessory structures. So essentially, we go from 2 lots out here to 3 lots, and this is maybe a better before and after. So this was the existing lot configuration, and this is what's proposed out there. It's also important to note that the granting of a general plan amendment and zone change would result in no net increase in potential dwelling units in the Ojai Valley area, because right now there's the potential for 6 lots. If they were to, they've got 1 lot here, and there's the potential for subdividing this to 5 40-acre lots. And here they've got, here they end up with 3 lots, but then this has the potential to become 4. So really it's 6 and 6 either way. So that provides a visual overview of the entire project proposed by the applicants. However, again, the portion before you today is just the general plan amendment and the zone change to change it from OS 40 acres to OS 10 acres for that 11.01 acre parcel I showed you. And specifically, that amendment would entail amendment to Figure 6 map of the Ojai Valley Area Plan to show, that's just a map of, of the area showing all the zoning, so it'll show the rezoned parcel. And then an amendment to Figure 8, which is a table showing population density standards, and it would also just reflect the rezoned parcel. To meet CEQA requirements, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared by staff to address all reasonably foreseeable potential impacts of this project. Based on staff analysis and prepared reports, the M&D determined that the proposed project has the potential to create a significant environmental impact on surface water quantity, wetland habitat, and locally important species and communities. I'm not going to spend any time on the surface water quantity issue, which was a watershed protection district requirement, but I do want to highlight the proposed mitigation measures for bio impacts. So you see them up here. The first one is a riparian restrictive covenant that would be recorded on both parcels to prevent future construction or grading in wetland areas. And there are exceptions to that for the ag operation to allow them to do any repairs that they might need to existing culverts and bridges and that sort of thing that are on the property, and to allow them to have their ag access roads, and would also allow them to have passive recreational uses up and near the creek area. So they wouldn't be restricted from using it altogether, but they could put up tents if they wanted to do camping, things of that nature up in the riparian area. Because the restrictive covenant would cover approximately 5.5 acres on the smaller parcel and 14.5 acres on the larger 200-acre parcel. The other mitigation measure was a modified fuel modification sort of agreement that was between the county fire department, the consulting biologist, and the applicant. And that agreement is somewhat unusual. We always have the fire department has a standard condition that within 100 feet of any structure 100 square feet or more in size that they're required to do sort of full brush clearance, so they just kind of take everything down. But on this site, if they were to do that on the smaller parcel, which I'll show you in just a moment, you'll see that that would really impact the riparian areas. And so they worked out a way of doing the brush clearance in a way that keeps it fire safe, but doesn't tear out all the oak trees. They would do limbing up and trimming and maybe taking out of the invasive species that are in those riparian areas. And the need for these mitigation measures becomes very obvious when you look at this map, this aerial. You see that there's very little room to build a home at all on this site without coming within 100 feet of these wetland areas, because these are the tributaries of Live Oak Creek that I was talking about. And if you look at this, I measured across, and at its largest, at the widest point, it's really only about 170 feet from here to here, and maybe 55 feet at this very narrow point. So if you were to require, a 100-foot setback from the riparian areas, you literally wouldn't have an area to build right here. And so that's why we've worked out these agreements, and we've had the biologists go out there. There have been all kinds of surveys. 2 spring surveys were done. Wetlands delineation studies were done on various occasions to look at where are the wildlife species on the sites, where are the the locally important plant species, and they found that most of them, or nearly all of them, were within the riparian corridors. And so by recording this restrictive covenant, we more or less are able to mitigate any potential impacts. And this just shows a full view of the restricted riparian area on the neighboring parcel, because it comes across to both the historic wetland areas here, and then this is Live Oak Creek as well. And this, this is 14 acres on this 203-acre site, and there's plenty of space here to build a home and accessory structures without getting into that area. And what the restrictive covenant does is just prevents them from doing any grading or construction within those riparian areas. That's its primary purpose. So with that, in summary, this project would amend both the zoning and the Ojai Valley Area Plan designation for 11.01 acres of the subject parcel to OS 10 acres. The Planning Commission staff report attached to your packet detailed the required findings for both the general plan amendment and the zone change. Staff believes that the findings can be met and that the new OS 10 acre zoning and land use designation are compatible with surrounding land uses. The Ojai Valley MAC reviewed the project in October 2007 and unanimously recommended approval. And no additional comments, no comments at all from the public have been received by staff on this particular project. Both planning staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of this project and request that your board take the recommended actions on pages 1 and 2 of your board letter. So with that, at this juncture, I can either answer any questions or you could hear from the applicants on this project.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. We have a question from Supervisor Bennett.
I don't have a question, I'm just ready to speak. I have comments, so I'll go ahead. Thank you. I'd like to just point a few things out for the board, since this is in my district. One, I think you all know that the citizens of Ojai pretty fiercely protecting the environment, and so I think it says something about this project that there's been no objection to this project. Went to the Ojai Valley MAC, and there was no objection to the project. We don't have a room full of people here opposing the project, et cetera. So that by itself is probably gives you a pretty good idea in terms of safeguards. I would also point out that this does not increase the number of homes that could potentially be put there. You end up with the same number of homes that could be put there. I would offer this is a win-win for everybody involved, which is why this project has not generated any controversy. It is, first of all, it makes common sense to take that ag portion where the barn is and the ag operations and hook that up with the ag property, so that we want to try to preserve agriculture. You actually have a better chance of doing that. If we don't do this, the potential is for that whole lot to be sold off, and you would then lose the barn and those kinds of things in terms of their ability to go there. So number one, it makes common sense in terms of preserving agriculture. It also expands the protection for the riparian habitat area, and not just on where this lot is that we're doing, but also the other 14 acres that are over there. And I know that there were pretty extensive surveys that were done, with 2 spring surveys being done to really try to be. They were very careful about trying to find out where those were. So I always want to be very sensitive. I have not been a supporter of decreasing lot sizes in general in Ventura County, but I think we have a win-win here that ends up being healthy for us, and so I'm in support of this, so I'd move the recommended action.
I'll second it, and just a comment. I appreciate the excellent staff work, and you took what is really a somewhat complicated sites here, and really been able to present them in a very succinct and understandable for the public who may be listening or wish to look at this later. So excellent work. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I will want to say I want to support this too, and I appreciate the hard work you did in making Supervisor Bennett said, a win-win for the property owners and for the public in that area. Thank you. We're going to vote. Thank you very much. How about if we move back to number 40 for our next.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, and Mrs. Robson. My name is Chris Stevens. I am the director of the Resource Management Agency, And the item before you today is somewhat unusual. It's a resolution before the board to vacate your denial of an appeal. Somewhat unusual, and it may be easier to simply state that back in 2006, the board heard an appeal of an approval of a permit for an aggregate processing site. The board denied that appeal, approved the project. Subsequently, the appellant took the matter to the Superior Court. Somewhat interesting action by the court. They actually upheld the county's action except in one case related to air quality, and they directed that the county prepare an environmental impact report on that issue. I think we would have been back to you much sooner. That took place some time ago. The complicated portion is that the appellant is appealing that action in part because they did not win on other elements of their appeals to the court. I'm way beyond my depth, and I'll leave it to county counsel to explain anything beyond that. But the short purpose of this item before you is to have the board formally take action to vacate your denial of that appeal, which will allow us to begin processing the environmental impact report that the court has directed.
Could you say that 5 times fast?
You agree?
And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but hopefully they'll be directed to county counsel.
I move the item.
All right. We have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a question on doing that environmental impact report. Is that on the county to do that work and pay for that work?
No, based on our policies and approvals of the CUP, that actually is on the applicant and is their responsibility.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right. You want to move that item?
I move the item. I feel very happy about this because I voted for the nursery to begin with because of the climatic issues there. It's perfect for a nursery.
Great. Do we have a second? Oh, a question? I'm sorry. Do we have a second? Do we have a question?
I seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You have a
And I would echo Supervisor Flynn's comment, though my problem with the project was the impact of on the Juvenile Justice Center, which is right next door. So maybe those things might become better addressed, and I won't be opposing it next time.
We have a vote here.
Good job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
This is the first time in history.
How about if we go to our correspondence file 42 through 48?
Move the item.
And then we have a vote. I think we've gotten through everything, so maybe we'll take a 5-minute break. Does that sound good? That sounds great, huh? You ready? Okay, we'll come back to order, and we're going to be on our, there he is, 10:30 time certain, number 19.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, Steve Williams with Public Works Agency. This item, which is the conveyance of county-owned property in Bell Canyon to the Bell Canyon Community Services District, was first heard by your board back 4 weeks ago on January the 8th, at which time you did adopt a resolution of intention to convey the property to the Bell Canyon Community Services District, finding that the property is not required for either county use or fire district use. And so today's actions is a follow-up to give final approval of the conveyance. So with those remarks, I'll limit any further remarks to answering any questions you may have on this item.
Do we have any questions? Yes, sir.
What is the size of the property?
I think it's about half an acre. It's a lot. It's a viable lot in the original subdivision.
I know that
I found it surprising that last time and this time, I've never been able to get the size of the property identified. Right? You know, it wasn't identified in the report. So you think it's about a half an acre?
Yeah, that's my recollection. It's been developed as a bus shelter for so many years. And it was originally one of the lots in the original subdivision that was dedicated by the developer to the county for fire district use. So it's a typical lot in Bell Canyon. Some are an acre, some depending on the slope and so on. But I think the buildable area is about half an acre.
Thank you. Yes.
And that's what I was going to say too. That the land is being used for the bus to turn out for the school kids. And part of the requirements of this is that it has to be continually used for public use, or it would revert back to the county.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Do we have a motion on this? Oh, do we have any comments on it? No? I don't think we do.
And I'll go ahead and move approval, and then thank Mr. Williams and others for their hard work on this long process.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Can we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second hasn't shown up yet.
I voted already.
On my screen it was Foy by
And we voted, and there we go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And we'll move to item 20.
Good morning.
And
Norma Camacho with the County Executive Office. Item 20 addresses the need for our county and Santa Barbara County to cooperatively hold elections to confirm whether or not parcels in the Rincon Point should be annexed to the Carpinteria Sanitary District. And the annexation is needed by the district in order to proceed with the South Coast Sewer Construction Project. Approximately 39 parcels may be affected by this annexation. Now, based on new information that we received since filing of this letter, we are proposing the following modifications to our recommendations to your board. And they are as follows. One, to receive the Santa Barbara LAFCO resolutions and determinations as provided in the original board letter. Also to receive an oral report on the merits of conducting a mail ballot election on April 22nd, 2008. Also to adopt a new resolution calling the election on April 22nd and authorizing our election officials to work cooperatively with Santa Barbara County to conduct this election. Santa Barbara County will be taking the lead on this election. And then fourthly, to authorize our elections officials to enter into any contracts that they would need to enter into to work cooperatively. And so here today we do have Bob Braitman from LAFCO at Santa Barbara to discuss the merits of the mail ballot elections and to answer any questions on the background of this project. And also we do have Craig Murray, who is General Manager of the Carpinteria Sanitary District, to discuss specifics on the sewer construction project. And I'll turn the podium over to Bob Braitman.
Before you do that, my question is, I don't know whether the board members have any concerns about the mail-in ballot. Do we have to receive the oral report on the mail-in merits of the mail-in ballot? Is that something officially that we have to do, or is it
the report? No, we do not.
Just something, all right.
Yes.
Assume it's not a very long report, Mr. Braitman? Right. Okay.
No, it's
I
not a
want to know whether there was a legal requirement.
No, it's not a legal requirement.
Good morning to the members of the board. I'm Bob Braitman, the Executive Officer of the Santa Barbara LAFCO. I want to congratulate you firstly for appointing Marty as the CEO. You look like you belong there, Marty. Marty and I worked together for several years when I was with the County of Ventura. The proposal before you really results from an application from the Carpinteria Sanitary District to annex property along the beach. There are 4 different communities, sub-communities, one of which, Rincon Point, is both within Santa Barbara County and Ventura County. And our commission approved the annexation. We didn't have the consent of all the property owners, so we conducted a protest hearing. 36% of the registered voters within the entire annexation protested. That means there has to go to a vote. And the item before you today is how we conduct the election. We originally thought we'd make it part of the regular June 3rd election. However, after further consideration, it's been decided it could be done more quickly if it's done by mailed ballot, and that will be on April 22nd. Santa Barbara County is willing to conduct the election on its own with your consent. Craig Murray's district has already signed a contract with the Santa Barbara County to pay all the cost of the election. The recommendation that your staff has before you is something we would support, that you authorize your elections office to work with Santa Barbara elections, and it will be a mailed ballot conducted by the Santa Barbara County Elections Office. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond to those.
Any other questions? No? Great.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got some cards on this. Okay. Marilyn Baez, and then Giddy White after.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Oveas, and I'm a resident of the Ventura County area of Rincon Point. I'm a registered voter, as are the other members of my family, who also reside at 8112 Puesta del Sol. As a registered voter and resident of Rincon Point, I ask that you consider continuing this item until after the February 7th LAFCO hearing. I urge you also to seriously consider the rights of the Ventura property owners and approve holding the required election for the Ventura section of South Coast Annexation in Ventura County, and not delegate this responsibility to Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Doug White after her.
Good morning. I'm D.T. White. I came here to express my concern with the manner in which Santa Barbara County LAFCO and staff have pursued the South Coast annexation to Carpinteria Sanitary District. It is alarming that Santa Barbara LAFCO has failed to meet notice and publication requirements on multiple occasions. Concerns regarding notice deficiencies pertaining to this annexation proposal arose at both the July 5th, 2007 and August 2nd, 2007 LAFCO hearings. Despite having to reschedule the July 5th hearing to August 2nd after failing to notice Ventura County residents, LAFCO conceded that it has also failed to publish notice of its October 9th protest hearing in Ventura. Nor does LAFCO appear to have published notice of the original August 2nd annexation hearing in Ventura. Santa Barbara LAFCO conducted a second protest hearing on December 3rd, 2007. The cumulative burden that repeat notice irregularities placed upon Ventura project area residents suggests that your board's oversight is required to protect the rights of Ventura residents in the proposed annexation area. Santa Barbara LAFCO will hold a hearing this Thursday, February 7th, considering the results of this protest and how to proceed. Many of the protests received were disqualified. I suggest that your board consider continuing this item until a date following the LAFCO hearing. I urge the board to take its responsibility to all Ventura property owners and registered voters in the proposed annexation area seriously, and to insist upon an annexation process that is the most protective of our rights. I request that the Board of Supervisors approve holding any required election for the Ventura portion of the South Coast annexation in Ventura County, and encourage you not to delegate this responsibility to Santa Barbara County. Furthermore, you should also be aware that earlier protest hearings and the assessment election conducted by CSD prior to annexation produced a climate of extreme intimidation and coercion. I suggest that the board pursue an election process that is consolidated with the general election in the hope that this will insulate voters somewhat from the pressure tactics that community members have been exposed to and give them greater confidence in the election process. The majority of residences in the Rincon Point community are located in Ventura County. CSD's preliminary assessment district vote tallies indicate that the majority of Ventura property owners at Rincon Point voted against funding this sewer. Significant numbers of property owners in both the Rincon Point and Sandpoint Road communities voted against funding this sewer project. Santa Barbara LAFCO has still not disclosed whether the majority of registered voters in Rincon or Sandpoint Road just protested annexation. We encourage your board to inquire thoroughly into the alarming pattern of procedural irregularities and the disqualification of large numbers of protests submitted regarding this annexation. Please do not endorse a process that operates to disenfranchise Ventura voters and Rincon residents. Unfortunately, the South Coast annexation process has not only departed from the community-based annexation process outlined in the final environmental impact report and final supplemental environmental impact report for this project, but it also prevented Santa Barbara LAFCO from considering all environmental review documents before making a decision regarding annexation. I encourage the board to thoroughly inquire into procedural irregularities before approving any further resolutions regarding the South Coast annexation. CSD approved an addendum to the final supplemental EIR on August 7th, less than a week after LAFCO's August 2nd hearing regarding the South Coast annexation. The proposed South Coast annexation also raises concerns regarding how we define community in Ventura and whether your board will make the extra effort to uphold fundamental principles of democracy. CSD's decisions to accept funds provided by select project area residents through a local nonprofit raise concerns that its discretion has been compromised. All of these concerns underscore the need for your board to assume responsibility for conducting elections for the Ventura portion of the South Coast annexation and not to delegate this responsibility to Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doug White, and then Jayla White.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Doug White. I'm a Rincon Point property owner. And I'm here today to ask that you take responsibility for conducting the elections for Ventura residents in the South Coast annexation area, and that these elections be held with the general election, consolidated with the general election on June 3rd. This would allow time for a more thorough inquiry, as you heard before, into some of the numerous disqualifications of the numerous protests that were lodged, particularly by Ventura residents. And hopefully our area residents will be afforded every opportunity to vote regarding a project that gives a lot of cause for concern. This project threatens to change the face of our community. The consequent loss of community members due to the substantial costs of the project, some $90,000 apiece, the attendant build-out, the loss of open space, and the probable environmental damage all have many of our residents in our community concerned. I'm here today to ask you to make every effort to protect our rights, to make an independent determination for the future of our property and our community. From the outset, this project has been rife with mistakes and irregularities. You've heard a few of them outlined. Repeated noticing issues, particularly with the Ventura side of Rincon. Repeated hearings, 2 separate annexation hearings. Unfortunately, misinformation and an atmosphere of intimidation surrounding a great deal of the process. Departure from the process envisioned in the EIR, FEIR, and FSEIR, where community annexations would be separate. Instead, we're lumped together all 5 communities. Rincon annexations omit planned park connections to sewer and exclude the annexation area from the annexation area a proposed resort site where project sewer infrastructure would be constructed. Both these issues raise concerns among Rincon residents, a majority of which live in Ventura County, that we're being used to subsidize these other beneficiaries, specifically the Santa Barbara County Park, the State Park, and this resort development in Carpinteria. CSD, Carpinteria Sanitary District's track record is also a matter of concern. In 2002, the district was subject to an EPA mandate to address excessive spills after 6 years of releases. CSD's decision to accept funds from a local nonprofit on behalf of homeowners who support the sewer project, as well as Santa Barbara County to cover annexation and assessment costs, raises concerns about the independence of the discretion of CSD's board and whether it's really representing the interests of its ratepayers. I'm concerned that what we really have here is a development wolf and environmental clothing. We feel a particular responsibility as custodians of this uniquely beautiful place. Please help us protect it from rampant build-out and environmental damage that this project will bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then we'll have Sandra Carradine after.
Good morning. My name is Jale Kehan White, and I'm here to strongly encourage you to use all your discretion to protect the rights of Ventura homeowners in Rincon Point by continuing this item pending Santa Barbara LAFCO's February 7 meeting and by conducting the election on or after June 3rd and by not delegating this important matter to Santa Barbara County. Majority of homes in Rincon are in Ventura County. I encourage this board to allow time for thorough inquiry into the disqualification of numerous protests to ensure that Ventura voters have the opportunity to decide this matter, which comes to them with considerable environmental risk and a price tag of nearly $90,000. Let's also not forget, after the history of Carpinteria Sanitary District sewage spills. After 6 years of excessive sewage spills, CSD was subject to an EPA mandate in 2002. The homeowners in Rincon Point were not aware of this. There is a significant concern in our community about the atmosphere of coercion, intimidation, and misinformation that surrounds Carpinteria Sanitary District assessment election and the 2 protest hearings conducted in LAFCO's annexation proceedings. I believe consolidating this election with the general election may discourage these heavy-handed tactics. On July 5, 2005, Santa Barbara LAFCO set a hearing for this annexation without notifying any of the Ventura homeowners. Had it not been for a kind Santa Barbara neighbor, we wouldn't have known about the annexation. On August 2, 2007, Santa Barbara LAFCO heard the annexation. Like many irregularities that have surrounded this project, LAFCO commissioners voted when CEQA process was not complete. At that meeting, we did mention this, but Mr. Braitman said it was speculative. Only 5 days later, Carpinteria Sanitary District on August 7 changed the whole project almost 100% for 2 of the project areas. Finally, I am very concerned about the fact that Carpinteria Sanitary District has compromised its discretion by accepting large amounts of money from some homeowners through a non-profit organization with the intention of recovering these funds from other homeowners through the assessment process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hillary Hauser would be next. No, after you. After you. I'm just trying to get the next person behind it, that's all.
Good morning, Board. My name is Sandra Will Carradine, and I am a registered voter and a homeowner of Rincon Point. And I'm here representing the sentiment of a lot of the people that I live with and my community members. I urge you to not respond to Mr. Braitman's request, as I've heard far too often, to do things quickly. This is an estimated and could be well over an $8 million project. You've already heard that some homeowners will be affected by a $90,000 plus assessment. This is a very serious consideration. Possibly the fact that things have been referred to be moved quickly could be part of the reason why there have been so many mistakes. I respectfully request you to continue this item until after the February 7th LAFCO board hearing, which will consider the outcome of the protest votes. You've already heard from other speakers the confusion and the lack of information we have as to why some votes were disqualified, which even puts into question why this has to even go to election, because we did, according to what I was read, we had the 50%. I'm also requesting you to hold the required election for the Ventura residents of the South Coast annexation for the June 3rd regular election and not allow it to be a mailed-in ballot. You've heard from previous speakers, and I will also say that the voters, we were threatened, we were coerced. There were very underhanded things that happened, which I won't go into detail, but it really puts the confidentiality of the vote in question. And I feel that a mailed-in ballot, and why there should be certain considerations or exceptions to what would be the normal process, should not happen. So I would really request that you do not give the authority over to the Santa Barbara LAFCO, because I feel that it will continue to disenfranchise our power of the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board. I'm Hillary Hauser, Director of Fuel the Ocean in Santa Barbara, and our organization has been working on the South Coast Beach Community Septic and Sewer Project for 9 long years, going on 10. It's been a convoluted process, and we're in the last steps through this LAFCO annexation, where there's been some stumbling. I'd like to just say for the record that the Rincon is 303B listed impaired for fecal bacteria by federal EPA. The septic systems have been implicated by DNA tests and other tests conducted by Santa Barbara County Project Clean Water and Ventura County. The state board, the State Water Resource Control Board, has approved a $2.1 million grant for this project out of the Clean Beaches Initiative Proposition 84 upcoming. And this $90,000 figure that you've been hearing would be reduced if we could just get on with it and put this project on the road and receive the grant. The state board also gave to this project $425,000 for the EIR from a Clean Beaches Initiative Proposition 40 funds. The balloting has been held. The majority of homeowners within this proposed annexation area want the project. It's not just Rincon, it's Sandyland, Sandpoint, and Padero. They've all approved. The majority of homeowners has approved assessing their homes. And so now we're in this last, to pay for the project, we're in these last steps of the annexation. And we've had some noticing problems and have stumbled and fumbled. We need to straighten this out, get on with an election. And so I really please urge this board to enter a contract with Santa Barbara Elections and work with Santa Barbara to streamline this process so that we can get this thing moving after 10 years. And there's no legal reason why not to contract and work together on the election. And number 2, please do approve a mail-in ballot to keep this voting process clear and separate from other issues, and to move this process along in a timely fashion so that we don't miss the deadline for the state grant. And we really need to move forward, and there's no reason why not to approve the mail-in ballot and I appreciate your consideration very much.
Thank you very much. Craig Murray?
Good morning, Chairman Floyd. Craig Murray. I'm General Manager of the Carpinteria Sanitary District. And I don't have anything to report to you. I just would let you know I'm available to answer any questions about the project or the process.
Okay. You want to ask him? Well, do we have one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's, we'll have one more speaker. Bob Braitman? Are you going to speak?
I know I spoke, but the things have been said which we need to just mention. First of all, LAFCO doesn't have a public hearing scheduled on the 7th of February. There's an item on the LAFCO agenda to receive my staff report on the protest hearing that was held. So you're aware of something. When you have an inhabited annexation, if you get 50% of the registered voters protesting, that terminates the proceeding. If you get 25% or more protesting, it goes to an election, like we're talking about today. And if less than 25% protest, there's no election necessary. The public hearing we conducted resulted in 36% of the registered voters having valid protests. The validity of the protest was determined by the Santa Barbara County Elections Office, not the LAFCO office. They compared the names of the signers with registered voters. Some were disqualified. For example, some of the protesters who signed the protest don't live within the annexation area, so they couldn't be counted. Some of the protests we received were dated by individuals who were not registered voters when they protested. Those had to be disqualified. But certainly 36% is enough to require an election. The only way to determine the outcome of this process is through an election, which is proposed at this time. This morning, by the way, one comment about the LAFCO hearing. The first LAFCO hearing was improperly noticed. We thought the Santa Barbara County Elections Office gave us mailing labels for all registered voters, but they didn't include the ones in Ventura County. So the second LAFCO hearing was properly noticed. Every registered voter, every landowner within Ventura County and Santa Barbara County that are part of the annexation knew about the LAFCO hearings. The whites who spoke here today have been at every LAFCO meeting. There are 4 beach communities being sewered. They made the pitch to LAFCO, hey, we want 4 separate annexations, not one large one. LAFCO listened to them and said, no, for efficiency services, one election for the entire area makes sense. The issues that were raised today have been raised and considered by our commission. The Board of Supervisors in Santa Barbara County, I am informed this morning, had a similar item on their agenda. They have called for a mailed ballot election on April 22nd. And consequently, the Santa Barbara County Board at this point is going forward with a mailed ballot. We personally think a mailed ballot, somebody said go the regular normal election route. Mailed ballots are normal elections. They're provided for in the statute. And in this case, we think people getting a mailed ballot and being able to fill it out and return it makes sense. Once again, we support your staff recommendation. We don't want your county to incur a cost in the election, so we're willing to, in Santa Barbara County, conduct the election. Most of the area is in Santa Barbara County, a small part's in your county, a lot of registered voters. And I'm not sure what else I can say. If there are any questions about our process, I'd be happy to respond.
Okay. Supervisor Bennett has some.
One of the questions that I had, appreciate that both of you are here. I wanted to ask you to respond to both of you to respond to the allegations in terms of process missteps on your part. I think you've already done that, then, Mr. Braitman, in terms of. So you had one inappropriate hearing, and you replaced that with a
property notice one.
With a proper hearing.
At that first hearing, by the way, the other error was we published notice of the hearing, but only in the Santa Barbara County newspaper. The second hearing, we published notice in both Santa Barbara and Ventura County newspapers. So procedurally, we don't think there's any invalidity that applies to this proceeding.
And what would be the impacts if you had separate annexations votes and one community didn't decide to annex and 3 other communities did?
Well, that would, first of all, there have to be separate annexations. You can't approve part of an annexation. Were that to be the case, that sub-community would not be part of his district and would not be eligible to receive sewer services.
They wouldn't be sewered, and you would have to redesign your project, I assume, because of...
Well, actually, I think the project's interesting. There are 4 separate assessment districts, or zones of his assessment district, based upon the cost of serving each community. However, without being I look at this way, annexing to his district simply makes properties eligible to get sewer service. Whether they get sewer service or not has to do with the cost of the assessment district.
What they end up doing.
And so that's really the district's issue.
Okay. And could you respond to that? What happens if
well, I think Mr. Braitman was right on. Really, what we're talking about in this annexation process is changing our service area boundary. We did, and I think the last time I was before your board, we were getting authorization or consent to conduct the assessment district formation proceedings. And in that assessment district, there were indeed 4 zones, and each of the 4 zones, the votes were in support of forming the assessment district. So a majority of residents in the Rincon Point community voted for the $88,000 assessment to obtain public sewer service. If, for whatever reason, the assessment, this annexation proceeding was not successful, or legal challenges ensued, I expect that Rincon Point, in its entirety, both portions in both counties, would be, removed from the project so that the other communities could proceed. Right now, the other communities in Santa Barbara County, where there's near unanimous support in one of them, are held up because of the delays to this project.
Great. I'd like to make these comments. Thank you both for your comments. There are certainly some real advantages to a sewering project that ends the septic tanks, and I think we've had that situation come in front of us oftentimes here. There are also some disadvantages to this project, and so that's what we're hearing from the residents there. So ultimately, this needs a vote of the community. That's the way you solve these things, when there are advantages and disadvantages, and people want to be able to point those things out. I would point out that this has been a many-year project that certainly my office has been involved with in terms of monitoring what's going on. It's been a Santa Barbara and Carpinteria Sanitation District led project, but so it's been out there in the community for a long period of time. I think the fundamental question I think in front of us today is, number one, are the Ventura County residents' rights being protected? Is there something going on that that is inappropriate in terms of Ventura County rights? And that's the issue, because outside of that, I haven't heard any compelling reasons why we should avoid a mail-in ballot. I think I certainly don't have any evidence that Santa Barbara's election division would carry out a fraudulent election, or that we should carry out a separate election for our own. I don't think that makes sense in terms of efficiencies, and I do have some concerns. We've probably been the leading county in the state of California to try to end islands, and this would be sort of a sewer district island if we tried to separate out these particular ones. So I haven't heard that compelling evidence. I have one other. So there is no hearing that's coming up on the 7th then also. So at this point in time, I'd like to hear from the other board members, but at this point in time, unless somebody hears something different, I think that because it has been a long time in coming, and I'm not hearing something that I think means that the Ventura County voters are not having their rights protected. And I don't know that we could protect them any better if we hold a separate election and do that in June versus going in with mail-in ballot. So I'd like to hear from other board members, and I'd be happy to make a motion.
Can I just ask a quick question? And then the $88,000, that's the assessment per homeowner. Is that what that's going to end up being? $88,000?
Yeah, $88,900.
But that doesn't include a connection, does it?
It does indeed include a connection. It includes all of the on-site improvements necessary to obtain service. It includes our connection fee, and it also includes the cost of obtaining the long-term financing. The homeowners will have an opportunity to make a cash payment of substantially less, $73,000 if they wanted to pay up front.
So out of pocket for the average homeowner, he pays nothing, just an assessment if he wants to, and he will be hooked up. All the work to his house and everything else will be done.
Yeah, the only thing they'll be required to do is provide a dedicated electrical circuit for where these properties are located. They're each going to require a grinder pump, much like you have in Bell Canyon.
Right. Okay. All right. So there's no. It's not like somebody all of a sudden has to come out with a lot of money. They can go through with this. And why are they consistent? It may be just some comments, but why did they feel a little intimidated? Was there just a lot of talk going on, or what, in regards to this process?
Well, I can't speak for them. There was campaigning on either side during that assessment district process, and certainly our district was not involved in any of that.
Right. All right.
So if do you mind? I'd just like to call the speaker back, and could you tell us about the intimidation? You saw you raise your hand, if that's all right with you. But
2 or 3 of us said
fair
something
thing.
about
I mean,
it, yeah.
I think probably the most important thing for us is make sure that we have a fair election.
Yeah.
There were some proponents whose photos were posted and had threats made by their cell phones received at their home phone. Some homeowners, and as we all know, sometimes government doesn't move too quickly, got turned in for building violations. 4 different homeowners just all of a sudden got reported to building and safety and were visited very quickly, like within a week, and cited. And I myself, Ventura County side, correct, all Ventura County side. I personally was harassed by the Homeowners Association and got entangled in a lawsuit trying to protect one side of my boundary of my property, which I totally, not to mention the huge legal fees I incurred, I feel was an absolute coercion to silence me. There were communications between the board members, the association board members, Heal the Ocean, and other people that were proponents of the project against me. There was absolute collusion between some building and safety officials. I have the emails, not with me unfortunately, but I'd be happy to provide them. There have been unfounded, even to the extent of a 2-page letter written by the president of the association saying that I was the main contributor to the raised DNA count in the Rincon Creek. And I'd like to state that the DNA study was conducted in 1998, and I didn't purchase my home until 1999. So you tell me how I was responsible. I have that letter, which I'd be happy to provide to the board. And in addition, the DNA study that's constantly talked about has been flawed and has been considered not accurate. So the truth is that the reports don't indicate that anything is linked to septic failure or septic tanks that are in some type of disrepair. And it's very curious to me, because I run the beach and go up the surface stairs and I read the reports weekly. Rincon Beach is one of the only beaches, even in this current rainfall where most beaches had warnings, we had no warning. We had the lowest coliform, rating out of all the beaches in Santa Barbara County. So,
all right. Well, thank
I
you.
can offer anything else, and I'd be happy to bring any of the things.
I guess my concern was that it wasn't coming from county officials or LAFCO or something. It was more of just local residents that were getting heated up, it sounds like.
No, I believe that a lot of it, there's been money given by a nonprofit organization to an instrumentality, which is the Carpinteria Sanitary District, which is an arm of the government. Now, the Rincon residents are told that they are going to have to reimburse the money that a nonprofit has given to move forward a project that totally supports collusion. And of course, I haven't been privy to some of the conversations, but of course there's been, it's very evident. It's very evident by the certain things that have happened within the different agencies. Because how I actually talked to the IRS, and I'm happy to tell you, and the IRS said a nonprofit agency cannot, they can gift money. They cannot give money as a loan that will then be paid back to move forward a project that they have in their best interest. And other homeowners that were proponents contributed toward that money that was given that now will be refunded. And they are, so you see, it's much deeper and much more confusing than just a little neighborhood spat or some people want it and some people don't. Okay. It's been, I would say, on a very serious level, and Unfortunately, one of the homeowners couldn't make it this morning who received the threats at home.
Okay.
And could tell you about
I
that. But I'd be
appreciate-
happy to provide anything in writing,
Thank you.
because I have it.
Okay, appreciate your comments.
you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to respond to that or not? No? No, hang on, I'm going to ask Mr. Bateman, Mr. Murray.
I just wanted to respond to the third-party so-called donation of funds. In 2004, before my district certified an environmental impact report, we were anticipating being sued by people in this room, and so my district entered into an indemnification agreement with Heal the Ocean. And subsequently we were sued. Heal the Ocean paid the cost that our district incurred to defend ourselves against the lawsuit, so that our ratepayers, the people that are in our district now, didn't have to pay those defense costs. One of the terms of that agreement was that if we could legitimately recover what was a cost of doing this project and return it to Heal the Ocean, that we would. And when we did prevail on those lawsuits, the Superior Court judge in Santa Barbara, in his ruling, noted the wisdom of our district entering into that agreement. So there's certainly nothing illegal about what's been done.
Great.
By the way, relative to LAFCO's involvement, we're just processing annexation. Our hearings have been calm. There haven't been riots or lots of people showing up. They've been pretty, basically the people you see in this room have been at our hearings. But there's certainly no intimidation or collusion on our part.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Do we, any other questions? If I give you 30 seconds, that's it.
I'd just like to point out that at the October 9th LAFCO protest hearing, there were hecklers, and there was an organized protest by Heal the Ocean that is paying CSD the funds to pursue this project, and that postings on the internet on behalf of that organization, that claim to be on behalf of that organization, have put pictures up of Rincon residents that are opposed to the project, have urged confrontation with those residents. I have heard from homeowners who say they felt intimidated, having been called numerous times by people who support the project. I would say that there was a climate of harassment and intimidation, and because of the financial links between the government agencies and the nonprofit, it is really problematic.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Do you have any other comments or questions by anybody? Okay, we have a motion.
I'm going to move the recommended action and wish the residents well in the campaign, because you're going to have a campaign now. You're going to have another campaign that I believe will be duly noticed, and the issues of irregularities that have been brought up, those become issues that somebody can challenge, certainly in terms of legal process of moving forward. But I think we're at a situation where it's time for us to move forward with staff's recommended action.
And I second the motion. I think it is time to get the vote on this, and I think that to do so efficiently and quickly is in the best interest of the resolution on this issue. I think that, as I recall, and this has been out there for a long time, that the issue really has been one of contamination and impact to the ocean, and a need to deal with the septic systems in this community. So I think they get it to a vote and see where the votes are.
Okay, Supervisor.
And I'll also support the motion. Go to a vote and find out what the residents want out there. And as far as code compliance, we are on the way our code compliance works is on complaint basis. So someone files a complaint, and whether it's motivated politically or not, we need to follow up.
Right.
I do want to emphasize that I think we tried to hear as best we can from the residents, and I think you're very eloquent spokespersons on your behalf. So good luck in that election.
Yes, I too will go to support it, because if we're saying that mail-in ballots aren't good, we're saying that our absentee ballots aren't good too in the whole election across this country. So we have to trust that people are honest. So I'll support this motion. We can vote. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to our 11 o'clock time certain. Public hearing for the Lake Sherwood Community Service District.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. Reddy Pakala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. I will be presenting the next two items, item number 21 and 22. Both of these are public hearings for water rate increases. Item number 21 is for a proposed water rate increase for the Lake Sherwood Community Services District. District purchases its entire water supply from imported water from Cayugas Municipal Water District, which brings water all the way from Northern California through Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Effective January 1st, 2008, Cayugas Municipal Water District has increased district's water rates by 10%. In addition, Southern California Edison also has increased their rates by 4%. We reviewed the impact of the rate increases from Cayugas and Southern California Edison Company and recommending a 8% rate increase for our ratepayers within Lake Sherwood service area. Should your board approve the proposed water rate increase, on average, it will mean an increase of $7 per month per residence within the Lake Sherwood service area. Water rates are subject to the provisions of Proposition 218. A 45-day notice, as required, was mailed to all 679 properties within Lake Sherwood Community Services District who are currently receiving water service on December 21st, 2007. Property owners may oppose the proposed water rate increase by submitting written protests to the clerk of the board. For this particular item, there were no protests received from our property owners. Our office did not receive any telephone calls inquiring about the rate increases either. We are recommending that your board approve staff recommendations increasing the water rate by 8%. This concludes my verbal presentation, and we'll be glad to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Because we have a one speaker. No? Okay, we'll go to our speaker, Mr. Gary Bustrup.
Yeah, my name is Gary Bostrup, and I live within the Lake Sherwood Community Service Project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. I'm going to take a different tact than the normal, just I don't want this rate increase. First, when I did my research for this piece before the board, I'd like to comment that I found that the management of the Lake Sherwood Community Service, the Cayugas, and I guess my colleague back here, was excellent. I want to say that I was hard-pressed to find a reason to say to this board that I'm protesting this water rate increase. I'm trained as a research scientist, so I'm going to take the approach that I check the data, and I don't know if the water district can go back and protest to their 10% increase or not. But it was based on the fact that when they made this rate increase, the Cayugas rate was increased, that I think that the drought was at a high point. If you look at NOAA and data that comes out from the Bureau of Agriculture or whatever, there was quite a drought in the area when they proposed this. This is one of the reasons there was a 10% increase. That's at least what I believe. And I'm not sure if that's true or not. But if you check the data now, especially with the recent rains, what's happened now is that drought condition has gone from what's called, I've got a D3, if you're familiar with that term. That's a severe drought in the area that supplies the water to Northern California, Colorado River and stuff. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me. But that has gone to basically what is called a D0. And that, in a sense, is just a drought condition. So my point is that I believe that the supply to the Lake Sherwood area is now in a point where it's either at average or there's sufficient water to basically supply us at a rate where we wouldn't require an increase. Now, that flies in the face that Calegus has pushed on a 10% rate increase. My only question, and I would ask that back here, is that if that can be protested back, or if we have to have that automatically passed through to the Lake Sherwood District or not. I don't know. The other thing I would point out, too, is that when I went over the financial records, which I found were excellent, I want to point that out, that rate increases have been pretty regular. At the moment, with capital projects, with whatever rate increases they're had for the expensive water, they were pretty much passed on right away to the consumers. That flies in the face that at least from my interpretation of the financial records, was that they have a pretty healthy surplus. Now, what I would imply there is if there's any possibility whatsoever of the water district absorbing at least some of this rate increase. Rather than have an 8% increase, I would propose something less. I am in favor of having a healthy water district. They do a very, very good job. No interruptions in water service. The infrastructure is excellent. I can't find any other reason. I'm just looking at the possibility for this board and perhaps the water district to look at less than an 8%. That again is they had a 10%, they're recommending an 8%. I don't really know where that number came from, but I'm asking the possibility of perhaps less than that. This is information that if the people that I've talked about in my community have said, we always see these rate increases, they pass them directly to us, and yet they have a very healthy surplus. Why is it 8%? Thank you. Any questions?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry. When you talk about that surplus, do you remember what that was?
You know what? I have the records, but the only thing I can recommend to the board is that they look at the financial records of the municipal water district.
Right.
There are certain points in there that they say that basically their income has exceeded their expenses, and they're by several $millions. But the way it's called out, it's difficult to say it's $20 million or it's $10 million.
Right.
We have a healthy water district. I want to preserve that. And on the other hand, I think it's so healthy that perhaps we could absorb a little bit more than 8%.
Right.
That's my point.
Supervisor Parks?
Thank you.
It's
And
good to see you.
Nice to see you. And I asked the same question that
Absolutely.
you did to Mr. Pacala, and I'm sure he could respond for himself.
Sure. I can
But
stand aside.
I was looking at maybe instead of doing 8%, we could do 4% and then wait a little and then do the other 4%. And I believe your response is that Callegas is looking at a 50% increase over the next 5 years. Is that right?
Yes, Supervisor Parks, if I may go back, thank you for the nice comments about the water system. Regarding Callegas rate increases, Callegas and Metropolitan are not retail water providers. They're not subject to Prop 218 requirements like we are. As far as water rate increases that are coming down from Callegas and Metropolitan, even though their boards have approved 10% rate increase for January 1st, 2008, they have told us for the next 5 years they are looking at a 50% rate increase. And the justification for the proposed rate increase in the future from Metropolitan Callegas is for constructing additional infrastructure to provide more underground storage, for example, if you will, and also replace the old infrastructure that they have within their system. And as you may be aware, Metropolitan Water District, who serves 7 counties from Mexican border to Ventura County, they have 2 sources of supplies. One is from Colorado River system. The other one is from the State Water Project. And the supplies have been dwindling down from both sources. For example, from Colorado River system has been drought for the last 5-6 years. Most of the reservoirs have been only half full. And as far as the State Water Project, as you may be aware, we have issues with the delta where the water comes from Northern California to Southern California. Recently there was a court case where a judge has ordered pumps to be shut down to protect the delta smelt, which is endangered fish. The issue is there's a limited water supply coming into Southern California from both sources. And the Metropolitan is trying to figure out how best they could improve the reliability. In doing so, they are investing millions of dollars. As a matter of fact, they put $1.4 billion to construct what's called the East Side Reservoir by Riverside County in by Palm Springs area, and that holds about 800,000 acre-feet of water. So their goal is to improve more storage in the service area and also to replace the infrastructure that has been there for the last 50, 60 years. That's the justification that's given to us as to why they're looking at the larger rate increases. Now, going back to the question of could we have done a smaller rate increase than less than 8%? Just as a reference, most of the other water agencies within Ventura County have increased their rates by 13%. I can tell you, city of Thousand Oaks, I believe, has increased by 13.3%, city of Simi Valley by 13%, Camarosa Water District by 13.3%, city of Camarillo by 9.2%. And these are all the water systems who are receiving imported water supply from metropolitan Cayugas water districts. And in our case, we have we do have reserves in hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't have the exact number. That's the reason why we are recommending 8%, even though we are absorbing 10% increase from Cayugas plus another 4% from Edison Company, because we have to pump water to get to Lake Sherwood. And just to give you an idea how much it's costing us to bring water to Lake Sherwood, we are paying $765 per acre foot. I'm sorry, we are paying $749 per acre foot to Cayugas Municipal Water District to bring water to Lake Sherwood service area. And if you were to approve today's rates, our rates to our customers would be $765 per acre foot, which is about $16 more than what we are paying. So we think, based on what might happen in the future, we believe 8% is appropriate rate increase for this year. Next year, depending on what Cayugas does, if they were to reduce their rate from 10 to maybe lower percentage, we'll certainly go back and look at fund balances again. Typically, we do a 5-year rate projection when we are doing the rate analysis. We want to make sure that over a 5-year period, we are not going to be having difficulties. And we don't want to come to your board at a later date and recommend higher rate increases than lower rate increases. So that has been our objective. Every year we do a 5-year rate analysis. I'll be glad to go over the numbers with our customer here to talk to him about how we do business. I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you, and I also want to thank you for your follow-up on this. And I know the next hearing that we'll be getting into is in Bell Canyon, and we see some letters regarding some financial hardship as a result of the increase, and looking at what services are available to assist people who can't because they're on limited income and don't have that extra cost available. So, but I do appreciate the fact that in comparison to what everyone else is doing, all the other cities, when they're getting faced with the increase from Cayugas, where they're raising it above 10%, that we're being able to keep it below.
Can I? Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate your presentation. Appreciate your presentation. The water itself is free. The cost comes in conveying it and storing it and pumping it, and that's where the cost comes out.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny that I'm interested in two things here that I think I've conveyed to the board. That the water district does maintain a healthy surplus, that they do keep their infrastructure in place. When I looked at my research, I saw more of a surplus than I wish. What I was hearing from the gentleman here was that if we're going on a 5-year cycle, okay, that's fine. I understand that you have to plan your rate increases like that. But it seems like every year we see another rate increase, another rate increase, another rate increase. Now that is either to build that surplus or to take care of infrastructure or what. It's just that I wonder how long 8% is going to stay there. Because in the next, perhaps I'll be back here in another year or so. I would rather plan this out, make sure that we have everything in place, and not appreciate another rate increase in another year or so. Because as I prefaced my conversation by saying that it's very quickly rate increases are moved through to the consumer. And when I was in another water district, I never saw that. They would have a rate increase. Several years later, they would have another and another and another. Okay, that's fine. It costs that much money to move water. So that's really what I'm apprehensive about, is that we're not going to see the end of this. In 12 months, we'll be back here again.
And you did ask that question as to whether it's too late to protest the Callegas 10% increase, which has caused all these other retailers to have to increase. That's passed, Mr. Vicala?
Yes. That did pass. That was approved by Callegas Board unanimously and Metropolitan Board unanimously.
Can I ask why the residents that would be affected didn't have a chance to protest that? I mean, I can understand how the things are moved down to your district and then eventually to the consumer, but we could have nipped this in the bud perhaps and mitigated the 10% by some means if that knowledge was out to the consumer. I wonder why that didn't happen. If you have an answer to that or not.
Well, this is a Callegas Municipal Water District rate increase, and they did go through normal process of notifying ratepayers, especially the water purveyors like us. If your question to me is why weren't we advised of that? In the past, we have not informed our customers about the rate increase from Callegas, but certainly something in the future we could do that.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be, it's very difficult to argue with an 8% increase when your district is a 10% increase. It would have helped, I mean, I could have done this essentially for the district that charges 10% for legal. See that, that's makes the argument move it to that point.
Well, thank you. I think that we'd probably have to notify, half the county for that? Because half the county would be customers of this case, yeah.
I'll go ahead and make the motion, and I think that we do need to look into that. I mean, I'm a Callegas customer. I had no knowledge of their pending increase, and it does affect so many. At least in the unincorporated portions that we serve, where Callegas has rate increases, somehow it has to get noticed to the customers. So I appreciate looking into that, and I'll go ahead and move regretfully.
I would just say that you made a great presentation. I appreciate you complimenting the people for doing good work.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not a lot of people forget that, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say this over and over again, that the deeper I dug into it, the more impressed I was.
Good.
I think we have a very good system that makes it difficult to say. No increase.
Right. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Bennett, you're going
to... I will certainly be supporting the motion. I'd like to make these comments, though. Number one, I agree with you. I think the speaker, you handle yourself very well here in terms of your point. But in terms of getting back to the old days where you'd go a couple of years before you have another increase, I just think from an expectation standpoint, every water payer in Southern California should realize you're going to get a rate increase every year. We have rising energy costs. We have this water shortage. Everybody just needs to be ready. It's pretty remarkable that you have an announcement that we're going to raise rates for 50% over the next 5 years. But that's so scary, so everybody has to get ready. And as part of what I would offer to you is we are going to suffer a decline in our standard of living in Southern California and the United States for a variety of reasons, but one of them is rising energy costs. We've transferred our wealth. We've lived with borrowed money. That's going to come to an end, and that's going to happen. The second thing I'd just like to point out is just to point out to anybody that lives in a county that is not on the state water project, not dependent on Callegas, and we have some of those in the western county, some of those communities, should realize how incredibly fortunate they are to not be tied into what happens in the Delta is going to influence your water rates, what happens with the Colorado River is going to influence your water rates. And we have a few of those communities still left, not very many. They're in western Ventura County, and they ought to really, residents there ought to really appreciate how fortunate that they are.
And with that too, and you may be thinking the same thing, is that much of the emphasis now is to do that underground storage so we don't have to rely on the Delta and the Colorado River.
I would emphasize again that I understand that we need infrastructure, things are going to get expensive, energy costs, but if we're looking at a very large rate increase that'll be passed down eventually, that's even more so that should be public.
Absolutely.
People get prepared for it. perhaps they can help. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Good.
One more comment.
Yes, sir. Then we'll vote.
Okay. We use approximately in Ventura County approximately 400,000 acre-feet of water here, and 100,000 acre-feet comes from the state water project.
This is residential, not agricultural.
There's some agriculture, but not very much because it's so expensive. Water is so expensive that ag can't make it with that price of water. The western part of the county, Mr. Bennett was correct, but one of the reasons the western part of the county is doing well is we manage the aquifer system to keep it healthy, and a lot of the water for the local communities comes from that. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And that aquifer system sits under the Oxnard Plain.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the one that was there was some underground storage built closer to Simi, and that was a large project.
Great. Okay. Are we going to vote?
You want to vote now?
There we go. We did. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And we're going to move on to number 22.
Mr. Chair, the next item is for a proposed water rate increase for Ventura County Water Works District number 17. District provides water supply to Bell Canyon and Rocketdyne. Again, district purchases 100% of its water supplies from imported sources, just like Lake Sherwood. The difference for District 17 is we buy water from Simi Valley, which is Ventura County Water Works District number 8. And Simi Valley has to pump 3 stages before we get water to the top of the hills for Bell Canyon community. Again, Callegas has increased the rates by 10%, and Edison rates are going by 4%. Similar to Lake Sherwood, we are recommending an 8% water rate increase for Bell Canyon customers. Should your board approve the water rate increase, on average, it will mean an increase of $12.20 per resident for the Bell Canyon customers. Water rates are subject to Proposition 8-18. A 45-day notice of the proposed water rate increase was mailed to all 709 properties receiving water supply within Bell Canyon on December 21st, 2007. Property owners may oppose to the proposed water rate increases by submitting a written protest to the clerk of the board. As of last week, we received 3 protests. All those 3 protests were included in your board package. Since that time, we received 1 protest. However, when I reviewed the protest, this protest is not from a property owner within District 17, so it does not qualify as a protest because it's not from District 17. This particular protest is from Simi Valley. The District Citizen Advisory Committee, which your board appoints, unanimously concurred with the proposed rate increase. Our office did not receive any calls about this proposed rate increase for Bell Canyon. We are requesting that your board approve staff recommendation increasing 8% in our water rates for Bell Canyon ratepayers.
Great.
This concludes my verbal presentation. We'll be glad to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
I don't know if we have any questions, but I think Lake Sherwood should be happy that this is $200 per acre foot more expensive than what they're paying. You're happy, I bet you are. All right, do we have a motion?
I do have one question and one comment, if I might. I was interested to see that District 17 also includes some portions of the Santa Susana Knolls. That's what it says in the staff report.
Well, it's a Boeing North America, which is Rocketdyne. We provide water supply to Rocketdyne.
Because the report reads, provides potable water to the community of Bell Canyon, Boeing, and Las Virgenes
Municipal Water District.
Customers in the Santa Susana Knolls.
Correct. We have a meter to Las Virgenes Municipal Water District service area, and it's like a separate meter for them. But we don't provide directly to Santa Susana. We provide to Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, and they in turn serve their service area.
And then a comment that I wanted to make also was one of the letters that we received was someone who lives on Hackamore Lane in Bell Canyon and was talking about the amount of water they need for landscaping to who provide fire retardant vegetation, and that it takes a lot more for that than it does for showering and bathing and such. But I think this also leads to another question, slightly unrelated to what we have here before us, and that is the type of vegetation that we use for replanting to help avoid fires also needs to be drought tolerant where we can. So maybe a little coordination with what's recommended by natural resource defense as well as by our fire department, so that we don't end up in situations where we all of a sudden have a higher dependency on water for vegetation. And then just a note of thank you. You provided information. There are 3 letters, and as I mentioned before, they are some hardship cases talking about the, Social Security living cost increase was 2.3%, and here we're coming in with this increase. So that there are some resources available to people to meet some of their utilities if they are of low income, and we will be reaching out to them to see if that is the case, if some assistance can be given. So thank you for your help on that too. And I see that there's already a motion and a second.
And now we'll vote.
This is in my district, but I noticed that Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Flynn made the motion in a second. I'll go along with it.
Yeah, very happy to let you Supervisor Foy called for the motion.
I did. You got to be quick. Sorry. That's all right. I'm not that picky.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know if he wants to vote.
I feel very sensitive.
Okay, that's it. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. We'll move on to our 11:30 time certain. Number 23. You can do this in about 10 minutes. That's great. No
Good morning,
pressure.
Chairman Foy, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. I'm Karen Davis, Deputy Director with the Healthcare Agency. The item before you today is a contract with the State Department of Healthcare Services for the Healthcare Coverage Program under the Healthcare Coverage Initiative, which provides low-income, uninsured individuals access to comprehensive healthcare services. Our program here in Ventura County is called the Access Coverage Enrollment Program, or ACE for short. This contract does include the covered services under the program, the enrollment fees and co-payment fees that would be paid by the enrollees. Therefore, a public hearing on these fees is required. Ventura County is only one of 10 counties in the state that was awarded a contract under the coverage initiative. In July, your board did approve acceptance of this $10 million annual award for 3 years, beginning September 1, 2007. This is a brand new state program, and as a result, the contract was not received until January 7, 2008. This was the earliest board date that was available to bring this contract to your board after proper departmental approvals as well as the notice of the public hearing. Part of the delay in obtaining this contract was due to frequent changes that were being made by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on the eligibility requirements and the covered services under this program. We are pleased, though, with our efforts of all the staff working hard to get the enrollment. We do have over 6,400 applications as of yesterday, and we have enrolled 3,257 people as of yesterday. We'll continue these efforts, and I should point out that some of the other counties that are much larger than us have not done quite as well as we have. For example, as of the end of December, Orange County only enrolled 1 person, San Diego 31, Kern 3, and even LA County had only enrolled 5,010 people. So we are very aggressive in trying to get as many people enrolled and providing services to them as possible. The covered service under this do cover inpatient, outpatient services as well as emergency room, physician services. Our network does include both of our county hospitals, including the inpatient psych unit, all of our ambulatory care clinics, and mental health clinics. The contract does cover services for the enrollees, as the co-pays. These are detailed in Exhibit A of the contract, and the direct service providers are in Exhibit B. From time to time, there may need to be some minor modifications or additions to these services. as well as a provider network, and therefore we request that your board delegate authority to the agency director to make minor modifications to that. This contract does require that the county use these funds to supplement and not supplant any of the county, state, or federal funds that would otherwise be used for healthcare services. However, no new county dollars need to be required for these programs for the services. This is a 50% reimbursement on the cost for this program, as well as the administrative cost of providing these services. The state has not yet received approval from CMS for the cost claiming protocols. However, they do anticipate getting that within the next 2 months, and then we will be able to start claiming these funds, and the state has indicated that we should start receiving some funding by May of this year. After the public hearing, we request that you authorize and approve this contract and allow the healthcare agency director to sign this 3-year agreement. We also request that you approve the revised attachment 1 to this board letter for the eligibility criteria and guidelines. This $10 million annual allocation does acknowledge the work that our county healthcare agency has been providing to the uninsured for many years. It presents a better opportunity to manage and serve this uninsured population in the county. And on behalf of the entire healthcare agency, we wish to thank your board for your continuing support of the entire healthcare agency in providing services to this community. We especially are pleased that this program will allow us to continue providing more and more services to the uninsured. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have either now or after the public hearing.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got questions. What I'm most impressed with is how fast we've gotten up to speed. Are there any counties? I mean, you've cited some counties here around us that haven't done that. Do we know of any counties that have gotten up to speed faster than Ventura County?
There's a couple counties such as Contra Costa and Santa Clara that already had programs for uninsured individuals, and so they were able to start up a little bit better because they already had people enrolled in a program. However, they haven't done much better than we have, even with the start. Part of the difficulty is the new requirements that the federal government has imposed on documentation requirements as well as the income level.
So no one who was starting from scratch has been able to launch as fast.
Right.
Okay.
In fact, I should point out Orange County already had a pre-existing program for their uninsured, and they only had one as the end of December.
Still couldn't get that. I just want to acknowledge up here from the dais. I mean, I just think it's remarkable to get moving like that. And what I really think it does, and I hope somehow you can get this documented to the state, is that it puts us in line to have great credibility if this funding is going to continue. It's just how fast we were able to launch, because I'm afraid 3 years from now or 2 years from now, when they're thinking about whether to re-up or not and who should get that, they may forget how fast we launched. So I just hope that we can point that out. I think, sitting here on the Board of Supervisors, we ought to all take great pride in the work that our staff has done with this, to bring this program in, $10 million a year for 3 years, and to really push on this, particularly while we're in this incredibly chaotic transitional period about what are we going to do with healthcare in this country. It is just a great asset, and it's hard for me to compliment staff enough on this, and I wish our reporter was still here. I was trying to make those points, because particularly about the other county, while she was in the room, and she walked out again. So anyway, hopefully she'll pick. There she is. My goodness. Could you tell me about these other counties? We've done better than all these other counties, correct? Right?
Yes.
Los Angeles much bigger than us, and
yes.
We've done
Los
better.
LA is much bigger than Ventura County, and we were trying to catch up.
And we were still able to get off the ground faster and enroll more people than Los Angeles County, San Diego County.
Maybe we
Orange
can ask
County.
the reporter what she thinks of all this.
Yeah.
Well, I should point out it's really the dedication and support of our entire staff. When we first started this program, we hadn't even hired any workers, and everybody just rolled up their sleeves and volunteered, because we're already serving a lot of the uninsured population now, and this is a great program to get everybody enrolled.
That's great. Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for the excellent work, and I know it's been a team effort by a lot of staff, and it was because we had in place the philosophy and the mission and the direction from the board and from the team that said we need to do whatever we can to ensure our community is healthy, And you do that by getting folks a medical home and getting them involved in being proactive and taking care of themselves, along with the support system they need to help do that. I agree that we should do everything we can to be as good as we can and as accountable and measurable as we can, so we're first in line for the next queue, whether there's funds. Hopefully there'll be funds, if not from this source, from some consensus on decision-making in this state that says we need to make sure people get health care at some point. So I thank you. Excellent work.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn?
Right. I thank you. Also, when you talk to the people at the state, they really are proud of this system that we have in Ventura County. We're very proud of the work that you've done and the people that have become covered, a very important part of the population.
Sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, since we've launched so quickly, better than the other counties around us, if that'll help us when we go to the state and try to look for a renewal.
Well, it is a 3-year contract, and CMS, federal government, has to approve the renewal, not just the state. But the state has communicated their happiness with how well we've done. I've got good communication with the state, and they're very impressed with what we've done and the services that we're able to render immediately.
Great, thank you.
No delay in the access.
Great. Haven't impressed the reporter yet.
The more I get involved with your healthcare, I do see that you, when there's opportunities, you guys jump on a good business approach to doing that, and it's good for the county. So thank you very much.
It's a good news story.
Yep. And no pressure out there. All right. Yes, you want to make another comment? Is that your only comment?
No, I said it.
That's it. Okay. We want to vote here? So I think we have a motion, don't we? Yes, we do. And a second. Go get them, beat up those other counties.
Oh, are we doing better than the other counties?
We're always doing better than the other counties. It's amazing. All right. So you guys are so good. You're on time. Because you know what? Stomachs may be growling over here to my left, so we got to get there. All right, thank you. Mr. Powers, could I see you when we're done here real quick? Thanks. All right, we'll adjourn to closed session. All right, we'll come back to order out of closed session, and we're going to go to item number 29.
Yes.
1:30, right?
Yes, Chairman Foy. This item was scheduled as an opportunity for the board to discuss those boards and commissions and groups to which you appoint your fellow supervisors. And in order to assist you in your discussion, staff gathered some general information on these 38 entities, and that's in your packet. The first chart in this material is familiar to most of you, and it lists all of these groups along with the supervisorial district of the lead appointee, along with that of the alternate. Attachment B, which is approximately 18 pages long, provides you a little bit more information on these items, and it's organized very similar to the other work that we did last October on the other committees. You also have attachments C through F, and those basically take the groups and take these entities and group them together along common lines. For instance, attachment C through F. C has the federal and state mandated, and there are about 16 of those. We have those that are created by local ordinance. We have those that are created by JPA or Memorandum of Agreement. There's about 12 of those. And then we have those that are created by local boards' actions. All of this information is presented for your discussion, and all of these ways of looking at things are presented for you to consider. However, the ones that the board can most immediately affect are probably those created by local commission, which is on attachment F. If you know, that is one of the areas that you can make the fastest changes to. So, with that,
let me just make a correction. Maybe it's a correction on attachment B. On the airport authorities, both in the past, both District 3 and District 5 have served on both of those. It's indicated only in the case of Camarillo, District 3, in the case of Oxnard, District 5, but we serve on both of those.
okay. Yeah, on the attachment A, it shows both of you on both of those because they're on one line, Oxnard and Camarillo Authority. It shows 3 and 5.
But I'm talking about attachment B.
Attachment B, let me find that. So we'll do some
Anyway, for a
clarification.
correction.
Okay.
Also, I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't know why I remember this because I don't see it defined that way in the matrix, but I thought that the Justice Policy Council, when it was established, and I haven't looked at the board letter, apologize, that it was always designated to be the chair and vice chair to serve on that.
The juvenile justice? Oh, the justice
No,
policy.
the justice policy, which is attachment B, page 9.
Okay.
And I haven't looked at that board letter. It just seemed like that's always been the practice, but you've never done it? Okay, maybe I could be wrong.
So we don't know.
Yeah, it just shows the ones that were appointed until '07. I'm not sure what the original.
No.
We'd have to go back in and look at that.
It's one I was on, which I really didn't know until later, and that was the juvenile justice one. So my attendance there is very poor.
The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council? Yes, it does.
So I confess that publicly.
Okay. So I guess if I'm looking at this, it looks like, and then on attachment F that you've put together in your office, the 1 through 9 are really the only ones that we really have authority to deal with ourselves right here. Is that the easiest way to say it? Most immediate. The other ones require cities and counties and a bunch of ordinances and everything else involved.
It is also missing the mental health board, right? Mental health board on attachment F is missing.
I think the mental health board is required, so it's probably on attachment C. By statute.
Okay.
It's required by statute.
Okay.
I got to tell you.
It's on page, it's number 9 on the attachment.
Okay.
This is a great way to go through and really understand all these different things. That's been good for me.
We're finding names of organizations are popping up, and we're looking at each other going, have you ever heard of that organization? So I think you're going to see some additional JPA cleanup potentially to kind of clean up the records.
That's good. That's great.
I think they're probably on the JPA Joint Powers Agreement, so they're not on F.
E. Okay. So, if we look at the ones that are just on that attachment F, those are the ones that you were saying are the ones that are the easiest for us to review, because otherwise, to go through this whole thing, we'd be here forever, then we'd have to figure out a lot of our stuff. But we have the animal regulations and associated water agencies, okay. Out of maybe, I don't know, somebody that sits on one of those want to make comments about them, or I don't know. Any ideas?
Well, I don't sit on, obviously CSAC, we are dues-paying members, and for the legislative reasons, we have always had representation on that one. And
it seems reasonable, though.
Yeah. And, you know, the Economic Development Collaborative came about in '95 as a result of, well, former supervisor, but also work countywide in response to an economic downturn, and, you know, that's one that also we're dues-paying member on.
Is that since we both sit on that together, yeah, and it's only been a year doing that, is there a, first of all, one question is, part of the idea of having two supervisors on that, does that give us more votes? Is that what we looked at, you think? You've been on there for a little bit, and you think that's valuable, or?
Well, yeah, one vote more than one vote, but we're outnumbered at all times.
That's what I mean. I'm looking at that.
It's an organization that structurally probably does more by, obviously they take votes, but it's more a consensus than
That's
it
what
is
I thought, yeah.
any kind of a, different from a VCOG voting structure.
Okay.
So.
Because I noticed that there's two people plus an alternative. I guess I look at some of these, is there the opportunity to say, do we need two supervisors? That would be this question. I mean, you may say yes, and we need an alternative. Is that something that's important from your view of it?
Well, again, I wasn't there in the forming of it in '95. I'm not sure why it was structured with two supervisors. It might be something worth to look at the board letter to understand that more. I really don't know why.
Question.
Yes. I just want to weigh in on that. And I think it's an appropriate question that you're asking.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how much bang given the other things, the demands that you have, and that would be an example of one where I haven't felt like there's been like a tremendous amount of interaction or big things that we've had to weigh in on. So I'd be more inclined to say only one supervisor probably ought to be there on a committee like that. Some other committees where there's a lot of county stuff, maybe that's when you go to. But I wouldn't. If it's possible, if our agreement is such that it would allow us to do that, and since it's just done by board letter, I imagine we could fix that.
Yeah, we look at the board letter. Again, now things are coming back to me. It was also it came out of the it was formed out of the EDA grant dollars that came after the earthquake for a revolving fund to help businesses to get back on their feet, and there's still transition going on with that. And it really took a lot of work that was trying to be handled by the CEO's office, handled as well as they could with a small crew to have an organization in place to do that, and they have now financially positioned themselves much stronger in the community and with other funding sources. So I'm not even proposing that we not be a member of it, but whether or not we need one or two is worth taking a look at. I don't know. Always good to have a backup, but.
Yeah. I don't know if you have other things on committees you want to talk about. I'm happy to talk about.
Well, there's one more, the Southern California Water Committee. This is something, as you can see, has been around since '84. Again, have not looked at the board letter on that. Supervisor Michael sat on that for years, and I know Supervisor Flynn did before. I've talked with the CEO about evaluating our continued participation in that one. So.
Does that still exist?
It does, and obviously the focus with that committee is more the Southern California positioning for statewide water needs, which we are in that Southern California geographic area. I'm been serving on it a year. I'm kind of trying to evaluate whether they're doing things that are already done by other agencies and associations, and so I'll be certainly open to coming back to the board with some qualifier in that.
Just on that one organization, I served on it for a long time. In fact, was one of the founding members of it. And when I became president of it, my goal at that time was to try to create more cooperation with the North and the South, rather than always at water wars. And some of the older water directors, you know, they were really warriors. They weren't diplomats, and so they didn't like my attitude very much. But we finally got around to working better with the North through this organization and through the efforts that were made at that time. Now, whether or not that continues, I don't know.
Well, I think some of my ideas, exactly where she's coming from, evaluating, then it was for a purpose in the beginning. Are we still fulfilling that purpose? Because somebody needs to sit here, and we're going through the motions to do that, and that's a good evaluation, because it might have worked great for a period of time, but is it still doing that? One of the things I'd hope to propose, if we do anything more like these, that we'd have a sunset clause on something so that we'd have to get back into it and relook at it instead of just letting things continue, because it's also hard after years and years of doing something. So, you had some.
Yeah, I would just wanted to. You asked people that served on these things what they thought. Animal Reg Committee, what you have is you have elected officials from every one of the 9 cities that serve on there, and then the county has an unincorporated, you know, the county supervisor is the unincorporated representative. I certainly don't feel strongly about it, but I think my sense is you do want to have somebody there representing you. They meet for usually 4 times a year, and you've got the people from the other cities there, and so it's probably one where there are enough issues that deal with animal reg, and it's our staff that's doing it with Kathy Jenks there and stuff like that. That it'd probably good to be there. The other ones that just wanted to mention here, the Justice Policy Council down there, number 7. I don't know that it's met in quite some time, because I think when you and I were on, it was back when you and I were chair and vice chair, that's where this is left from. And I think that it, I remember going, it never met, you know, they were going to have a meeting, they kept saying, oh, the sheriff wanted to reschedule and all that, and I think things, so I don't think it's, if it's meeting, I'm not aware of it. Has anybody here gone to a Justice Policy Council meeting in the last 12 months?
Last year.
You went to one?
I think there was one.
So,
yeah, I think so. I think I would like to ask, just for further information, that to perhaps provide the board letters that relate to both the Southern California Water Committee, perhaps the Justice Policy Committee.
And I just have one other one on the Association of Water Agencies.
Yeah.
My sense is that it's our staff that deals with water all the time that is actually the better representative there.
I was going to ask that next question. Does it have to be us, or could it be somebody within the county?
I think Reddy is much, because he's dealing with water all the time, and it's these guys are into water, and you know, you go and they're really into water, and you're not really into water, and you know, even their policymakers, that's all they do is water. Right. And you know, I think people like Reddy are people that are into water, ought to be with their people that are into water, you know. So anyway, that's my sense with that, but I don't feel strongly, and if you know, I see Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Flynn, if you guys feel like you ought to be there, I have no objections to being there, but it didn't strike me as an efficient use of time, and they have an awful lot of this dinner and that dinner, and you know, all
and the breakfasts.
And breakfasts, and they didn't feel very productive in terms of saying, hey, you were doing something good for the county.
Well, I've always said water people love to meet All the time.
They do, right. I think
And
there's some reasons for that.
And I have, well, some of them do get stipends every time there's a breakfast, but I don't. No, but that's not I agree. I've been it for a year, and I have had my staff member attend for me. So I think, and Reddy is even more qualified for that than my staff.
So I would modify this board letter to say have our top water staffer attend this. Be a little bit like if road guys were meeting all the time. Be much better for Butch Britt to go there than for one of us to go there, and who can't talk the arcane language of roads and all that.
Just so that, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I like the path you're going down, because part of it is, even what you said with animal control. So we have a vote and have some understanding, but should it be a supervisor, or could it be a staff member, or could it be even a person in your own staff to keep, so you can keep informed?
They're all elected.
I don't feel strongly.
At the table, though, they're all elected.
Everybody else at the table,
members.
it's a voting thing, and everybody at the table is elected. There's no city people setting their staff. I don't feel strongly, but I'd mildly go, this one's probably you're better off. And if it was meeting every 3 weeks, I'd have a different thought, but it doesn't meet that often. But when it does meet, I think there is some.
And that's only 4 times a year.
That's right. When it does meet, I think it makes sense to have an elected with the other electeds.
Okay. Kelly?
Well, not to get into this right now, but certainly those things that we are appointed to, and we attend a breakfast or dinner or something for reimbursement as an appointed member to the body. If we don't have that appointment, well, we'll have to have that discussion another time. If we don't have this then on our roster as an appointed position, and we wish to attend because there is a program we'd like to listen to, we'll have to tackle that one another time.
Supervisor Parks, you have any other comments? No. Okay. Supervisor Flynn? No. Okay. So it looks like there's a couple here that were possibly we don't have to meet. I mean, there's justice one you were saying, but you did meet a year ago, or it hasn't met?
Let me say, the origin of that, again, 92 it was established, but I believe it was when we headed down the path to bring a coalition of the justice folks together for Vestigious, to get Vestigious, mutual agreements, understanding of how things are integrated, and that was the origin of that. So I think it's worth revisiting that letter to see, and then do some further discussion on that.
I'll be hard pressed to continue to support it because I just haven't seen anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now also that the courts are separate from the county, there may be a reason to sunset it.
So is it possible, maybe even in a meeting like this, where take exactly your words there, we just say, we'll look at this, we'll do it, but we could even go further to put a sunset on it, so that after you've looked at it, you don't come back and you say, well, it really isn't a whole lot, that it'll just go away on its own, or what?
Could I suggest let's bring that board letter in, and we might decide to say, let's change that board letter. We're not going to participate at all right then, or we might do what you said. Let's participate for 1 more year and put a sunset on it, and then we will revisit it. At a minimum, we'll put a sunset on it, so that we say, let's say after talking about it and people know we're talking about it, and they go, hey, it's really important to go. Okay, we'll put a sunset at 3 years. I don't know what, but I think you've got the right idea. But probably ought to bring the board letter in, have it.
One of the things that I think our county stands out from others in the state is we have a good relationship with our bench, and I think some of that comes from probably having work like this where we had that body to go to, and county council's always been a member of that, CEO, so let's carefully evaluate that.
Okay, so
with the 2 water agencies for sure, but I think so that board letter comes back, and the both water things, have those board letters come back,
Doesn't mean we don't care about water now.
No. I think we want to do it. It's just, is there an opportunity to put somebody else who understands water? I thought that was a good comment. County finance, I think that's important. I don't think we'd want to change that.
That's internal to us.
Yeah, it's an internal thing.
It's internal here to us.
Right. The economic development, maybe. Do you want to look at this letter again itself? We'll bring that letter back.
Let's do that one also.
Yeah. So we'll bring a letter on that one.
With the focus on that one about whether there's 1 or 2.
Right, maybe.
That's also we pay dues in that particular one too.
And because I did find, you're right, that was based on the earthquakes where it came out of and having money to loan, and I noticed that they're always looking for something to do, and they have a running organization, but you're right, most of it's consensus, but there may be the need to have somebody there, you know.
Well, I see now the evolution is that since we don't have internally an economic development manager in the county of Ventura, because most of the economic development goes into the cities, that this is our body that work is done.
Right.
So I think there's value in us continuing with it. It's just, do we need 2, 3,
Right,
1?
exactly. Information technology, I still think we probably need to be part of that, because I think that's one of our big pushes here in the county, is to do that.
And I think we've specifically been requested to help set the tone.
Yes, I think that's good. And then the justice policy, that's we're bringing that letter there.
So we're coming back on that, the ones that I have, we're coming back on the Association of Water Agencies with the idea that maybe the appropriate person to attend that would be ready. The Economic Development Collaborative, we're coming back and centered around whether there should be 1 or 2 board members attending. The Justice
or none.
Or none.
Yeah, right.
Justice Policy Council is, where are we with it? Where are we with that? When are we meeting?
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
Let's review that.
And the Southern California Water Committee, that also has dues, I think, too.
And all of them, both not only a review, but all of them with an idea of a sunset,
Okay.
so that we get a regular review of them too.
Right,
Okay.
right, they have to come instead of, now what about the urban counties?
I was just elected chair.
We use
Okay,
that.
we want to use it.
Let's
Well,
get off of that thing. It's going to be poorly led.
So we don't have to do anything, that's great. Okay, so this is great. We'll take a look at 3 or 4 of these and opportunity to streamline a little bit. And again, my whole goal is always just to take a look and say, did what we decided to do back in 1998, and some of these in 1978, is it the right thing that we're doing now? And is there opportunities? If it's the right thing, we should keep doing it. But I do believe if we could put some sunset clauses, then we'd always have to take a look at it. That's an opportunity. So, great. So do we need a motion? So our motion is going to be to bring, pardon? Bring back the letters on number 2, 5, 7, and 8. Is that right? On attachment F for review how long would that take? Probably put it after our break of the 19th? Because you 27th. Yeah, is that what the next one is? Okay. I'm not sure unless you can get it back in a week, unless you want to put it on the...
I don't think we can get it back in a week.
Yeah, so why don't we that'll give you a couple weeks.
We have to file tomorrow.
Yeah, come on. Okay. So we have a motion for that? We have a second? Okay, you got it?
Second.
Great.
Question.
Yes.
So then we'll stay with our current assignments on attachment A until we finish working
Yes.
through this? Okay.
That seems reasonable to me unless somebody...
So make that part of the motion.
Yeah. Okay. And then part of the motion is that we'll stay with those same
Sure.
assignments.
Because we do need to get some official...
Yes.
I want to make sure we make another correction, and that is on the joint powers agreement, Camarillo Airport Authority is 3 and 5. Well, it's happened on several of them. I just want to make sure they're all correct.
Okay. So that's our motion. We'll vote on that part, and you'll have something else, Linda. Ready to vote?
Thank you. Big lunch.
That's right. Okay. Now you had something else?
There were some others. Just looking. Okay, so as far as how we're doing the appointments, are we going to be moving on that?
Well, I think we would wait until see what comes out, so we don't move back and forth.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what'd you say?
I think she wants to see if she's going to move from different...
I was going to offer the Association of Water Agencies to Supervisor Flynn.
I think you should do that right now, because we actually need to move on that.
Because we are serving on these, aren't we?
Some of these, we're getting into the year, and we have to officially appoint. We can always change them.
Well, that's okay. So if you want to...
I'd be happy
You want to take that on?
until we see what the letter does.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
Yes, thank you.
So could the motion say everything on this attachment except for the change on Association of Water Agencies? Supervisor Park, are you comfortable with that?
I'll be happy to be the alternate. And then before we make that motion, I'd just like to throw up.
Do I have to go to all the breakfasts?
throw out.
You gotta eat. Just keep walking. You're gonna lose some.
I would like to suggest another, for consideration, perhaps when they come back, and it may be more of a hot button issue, but this Point Magoo JPA, Regional Airport Authority, it meets once a year for about 10 minutes to decide who's going to be chair and vice chair, 5 minutes. Who's going to be chair, vice chair, and then it ends, and then we discuss whether we should exist or not. And to me, I understand that, you know, there are some folks that would like to see the opportunity to have a commercial airport at Point Magoo. The Navy isn't for it. I serve on it. I'm not particularly for it. I don't know if it has, and I'm just thinking, why exist unless the issue comes back? It might have started with the BRAC, but it isn't. To me, it's not a relevant
agree with
issue.
what you're saying. I think what we've used it for in the past is kind of a political expression when people say, well, let's turn Oxnard into a LAX. Well, that's not going to work, but maybe Magoo will work when we knew it wouldn't. Okay.
And I know from at least the district I represent, you know, we don't want to see the airplanes coming into Point Magoo over Thousand Oaks and getting nice and low, and the idea doesn't go well. So I'm just wondering if, while the JPA itself may not want to dissolve, if we may want to end our participation on it. I know I do. Not as an individual who doesn't want to attend, but just the idea that our county shouldn't be participating in the concept of having a private public Navy commercial airport.
It meets once a year, and you spend 10 minutes talking about whether you should exist or not, and you don't want to continue to meet something as exciting.
I have to admit, it's the fastest meeting I ever go to. It's literally a 5 to 10 minute meeting, but I just don't think we should be supporting it.
How long has it been in that state? A couple of years? Where it's done that?
As long as I've been in it.
It's been in existence
well, that's all
about
they've
10
done
years.
is have the meeting and do your own thing.
We just,
10 years.
Mr. Chair.
so about 4 years, or I've been on, we changed chair for 5 minutes a year.
When the JPA was first formed, there really was an interest of folks to look at whether a joint use would work out there. So, and that was right around the BRAC time, and I think it was a defensive measure on BRAC, or maybe offensive, whatever. Right. So I think we need to look at the JPA just to see, one, how we withdraw from it, because I'm sure there's some language in there that says how we withdraw from it. So.
Okay, so that I would incorporate into the motion to look at what's involved in our withdrawing from the Point Magoo JPA.
So when that comes, if I can
Go ahead. Yeah.
In fact, that would just be what would be involved. We wouldn't be making that decision at that
That's
point.
correct.
Right.
And then we can go from there to decide whether we want to move forward, but at another meeting.
Okay.
But right now, let's see what is
Just get a
involved.
report on that.
And then in the interim, the supervisors have an opportunity to see whether this is something they also would like to dissolve our partnership in.
Right. Do you have any other thing on here that we could
No.
put together one more motion?
Attachment E.
We already voted on E, and I was just looking at the issue with Supervisor Flynn being on the Association of Water Agencies. So I'll move that he be the representative, I'll be the alternate, and then also consider what it takes to withdraw if we want to from the Point Magoo JPA.
You want to take my economic development position too, along with Supervisor Long? That's wonderful.
I think we only need one position on that.
I want East and West County too. That was probably why they're too, to have East and West County.
You're west, she's east.
That's right.
But we're going to talk about that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll do it till we come back.
Yeah.
Do we have to make a new motion then for this? Right. Okay. So did you get that motion? You did. So we have a first and a second on this. We have a second on that motion. Okay. And then we're going to vote.
You know, this when we're going to vote, if I feel like one of those rats in a Skinner box, you know. When we're going to vote, don't get caught.
Don't get caught, yeah.
Don't get caught not voting. I think we're going to find a very interesting reaction.
I know, it always does get your heart pumping a little bit. So. All right, well, okay, so we got to switch. I know it.
Yes.
All right. Well, great. All right, so we'll be coming back to this in 2 weeks, sounds like, okay? And then our next item is 2 o'clock. And that's going to be to discuss the other boards and things. Okay. So, do we have a presentation from you?
Well, the only presentation, we provided this information as indicated at the previous board meeting we would. It's related to the various tracks. We've taken all of the commissions and boards to which you make appointments, and we've identified them, and we've identified tracks to consider if you want to evaluate. So you can look at them individually like you have on some of these that we've talked about on the previous item. You can decide that you don't need an entire track. You can do any of those kinds of things because I think this is the time you set aside to decide the process that you wanted to go into for review and maybe what you wanted to frame for review at this point in time. So.
Okay. Question?
I have some just general questions that maybe staff could answer regarding the chart itself if you want to go
Sure.
there. Okay.
Let's be comfortable, understand it.
There's about 8 of these that I...
Which one are you on?
Well, starting alphabetically on the board summary report, the matrix.
The big matrix.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, it says 69%.
What page are you, where are you at?
Attachment after H. I guess that would be I.
Where it's, okay, on page 1 of 48.
Summary spreadsheet.
And it says, what page are you on?
Summary spreadsheet. You know these
Doesn't
don't
have a page number.
Yeah, they do
We're
right
sorry.
here. See, it says right here.
Oh, you're right. Page 1 of 48.
1 of 4, is that what you're on? 1 of 48?
You're on
3 of 48?
3 of 48.
Okay. See it? Okay.
Thanks. The Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, it says attendance over the last 3 years has been about 69%. I'm just wondering, they're achieving a quorum? There's no problem with that?
Let me ask Linda Lee to come forward. She's the one that had put together this information. I'm not sure how much more detail we have centrally, but...
Did you, hold on before you start, she limped down here. Is this from the marathon?
Yes.
Would you tell us all your time in the marathon? After training to walk the marathon, your time was?
Well, I did a half a marathon, 13.1 miles at the Huntington Beach on Sunday. I finished at 3 hours and 13 minutes and 45 seconds.
Wow. All right.
Congratulations.
In a severe weather condition.
That's great.
Thank you. The information that we compile here is that we draw a questions query to the departments and ask them to provide information for us in terms of the general attendance, in terms of the last 3 years or in the last year, what are the percentage of the meeting quorums and whether they meet the attendance. So generally the responses here that we map together are the responses from the staff and from the departments itself.
Okay, and so do you think 69% that'd be a quorum? They're not having trouble meeting a quorum on the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board? That would be good.
That would be a simple quorum.
Okay. And then
Are you going to leave that one?
Yes.
Can I just ask her one more question about that? When you talk about it cost us $31,000 average cost, what does that include?
Again, the questions was asked to each department to provide us the estimate costs, and the estimate cost could be staffing time, resource times, and the responses were given to us from the department. And I can certainly go back and take a look at the specific responses to give you more details.
Okay, but it does include the staff time?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Barsdale Cemetery District Board of Trustees.
What page on?
I'm just going alphabetically so that we went from the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board over about 3 pages to Barsdale Cemetery District Board.
You got a page number.
Okay, it is 9 of 48. Thank you.
9 of 48, okay.
9 of 48. I've got aviation advisory.
And it's right, it's 10, there's 9 and 10 on that page.
Right below it. There you go, okay.
Okay. You have no, there doesn't seem to be information on this We don't appoint anyone to it, or what? Three, she's appointed at large by the board.
It's an independent special district.
Okay. So I was just wondering regarding the issue of that there isn't any information available. Their meeting, they have an attendance and all that's going on, one would assume. That doesn't mention it, whether they have any general attendance or whether they meet. But I'm just saying that there seems to be no notes available on that one.
Can I ask, though, this is an independent district that we don't get to decide whether the district exists or not. We only get to decide who's on it. Is that your understanding of it?
Right. My understanding is that we have no information as to their general attendance. If our people aren't attending the meetings, it'd be interesting to know. But
Supervisor, maybe I could ask, Christine, did you get an audit from Barksdale this? Okay.
Plus LAFCO looked at them.
Right.
Okay, so they exist.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
yeah.
they must be meeting.
They're very active. It's an assessment district, so they feel a fiduciary obligation there.
Okay.
Unlike some of the other cemetery districts, it seems
That's
to
true.
be.
Okay, but when you do look at, for example, the Barksdale one, there's no available information
Yeah,
on
they
general
should've
attendance. Then you go to the next page, number 11, the Black Gold Library Board. You know, we know about their achieving meeting quorums.
Yeah. They should have replied.
Okay, and then these are also appointed at large. And do we know about their term limits? How long they are on for? 4 years? Okay. I find that's valuable information too.
I believe when we talked to the library director about Black Gold, there was some consideration for whether they were going to continue to be, whether she was going to continue, even recommendation to continue in Black Gold. So that may be coming back to your board anyway as part of an operational suggestion.
I'm sorry, my question, the answer of the 4 years was to the Barnsdale. The Black Gold is, I think, at the board's discretion. So it's like it was a term,
Okay.
there was no term limit.
And it sounds like the library director is considering whether that is still a necessary board.
She is looking at that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And then the Board of Accessibility Appeals. One of the questions I have on this one is whether some of these people I don't think have terms because they don't come before us to be appointed. So I imagine someone's been there. We've had people sit on a board for 50 years. I know at least 2. So what I'm wondering is, if none of these ever have an opportunity to cycle off and new people to cycle on, I think we should look at it just to have some terms on these,
In the last round of when the department actually appointed the Board of Accessibility and the Plumbing Board, they did come back this time with terms. They did come back with 4-year terms. You were correct.
Okay.
Before there was not a
Okay,
term
so on that one, we have since put terms on. Was that with the fire department?
It's also the Board of Plumbing, the Electrical
Okay.
Board, all of those boards through the RMA
Okay, so we
department.
corrected that one.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then I just have a question in general regarding at-large appointments, that we don't really have a system for that. I was looking, for example, I wasn't aware of the Ventura County Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee, VTAC or CTAC, Citizens Advisory. And to me, that's one that I know there's a lot of interest in my district. People would like to serve on. I don't think since I've been here that opportunity has ever come to the supervisors to vote for someone or nominate someone for that at-large position. But these at-large positions in general, we have it on the accessibility, the grading appeals, the building board of appeals. These are all at-large. I'm glad they now have terms, so at least they'll have an opportunity to review whether we want to continue them, but I don't think there's any kind of system at place for the supervisors to know there's a position open.
Correct.
I think, as I recall, we did have a situation where both the Citizens Participation Committee on for the Transportation Commission as well as in the citizen representation. I remember there was a process for recruiting people that we brought back, but it has been some time.
That was, that was back before there was legislation that changed the whole makeup of VCTC, when we had a public member on the board of the VCTC Commission. The CTAC one, I think Supervisor Parks is correct as to the transparency of how that one actually gets filled.
I guess one of my questions would be, is it filled now?
I don't know.
Maybe we could find that out.
Yeah.
That's good. So you'll take all these notes?
And I noticed.
While you're asking questions, if
Yes.
I can stay on something. While you're asking questions, if I can stay on something that you brought up, because could we also check and make sure that every appointment here now has terms associated with it? 'Cause I think we're generally, or at least let's find out one way or the other, because I think we're sort of saying we're not interested in lifetime appointments here.
Right. Good point. Can I ask one question before you go on? I don't know if it's Roberto or you, Marty. This thing says committee is subject to AB 1234 ethics training compliance. How do we know that the people that are on these boards have been trained? Do we have any way to know that?
Well, or my friend over here.
Or maybe county council? You guys don't ask me questions.
Actually, we are, when the legislation passed, we did go and they were all looked at to see what boards and commissions actually needed to have AB 1234 training. They are coming up now in the cycle that they're coming back for their two-year renewal. We are in the process of, there is a database that's established. We knew what boards and commissions, we knew a listing of who took it. And now what we're going to have to do is compile from all these boards and commissions, because they do keep track of their own people, their own board members, et cetera, that we are going to have to re-notify them to tell them that they're up for having to take a renewal. Is that correct, Mr. Kenneth?
It is correct that we are at the outset of the 2-year re-education cycle, and everybody will have to complete AB 1234 training again. It is available online. Your board will probably want to again establish a policy on how that is to be accomplished, and to look at how first-timers are receiving that training. That's a very roundabout way to respond to your question, that I know that with respect to county appointees, your clerk of the board was maintaining records when this was undertaken in 2006. But actually, I can't speak to how we know beyond that.
Well, I guess we'll leave that up to you then.
Right. It is definitely, probably, Noel's absolutely correct. We do need a policy from the board, actually, on how we're going to provide the training, what we're going to accept the training, and then who's going to keep the keeper of the actual AB 123 certificates. And because, not that I'd like more work, but it is actually part of the boards and commissions that directly, it should probably stay with the board and commission to know that these people actually have received AB 1234 training. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, I appreciate all of this. I've already mentioned it, but going alphabetically to page 22 of 48, we have the Electrical Board of Appeals. Again, they're appointed at large. I don't know if this board's ever appointed anyone. They're probably left over from the, era of, the 80s or whatever, since they've ever been appointed. So, looking at the terms for that. The next item I have is the in-home supportive services. That's page 28 of 48. In-home supportive services advisory committee. I think we've decided we had something like 63 committees or all. So I'm just kind of looking through these. This particular one has, in the second bullet, members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors for a term of 2 years. I don't think I've ever had this come across my desk, and maybe reappointed. I don't know what the opportunity is to appoint anyone to that So again, not looking to see whether there's an at-large system at place. Are there enough members that each of us can do it by each one in our district? That seems to work best and fairly, so I'm just putting that out there. I just see it's an 11-member committee, and
Again,
not sure how to
just
get them
that-
appointed.
this is a good discussion because actually the at-large, really there's been not a consistency. A lot of times it was just whatever supervisor saw the board that there was a vacancy and they actually went and appointed to it. So again, this could be something that the board would like to discuss as a policy on how you'd like to address the at-large positions, because right now it isn't by district representation, and it's just kind of like out there. You have 11 that you might have to fill, and who's going to fill those?
And since there are definite term limits, we should be able to have this maybe at the beginning in January of each year too, and say, okay, here are the ones that are coming up for appointment this year, and so we are noticed maybe all on one page of all the committees whose terms are up and all the members whose terms are up. So we'll have that opportunity. But I do like it if we don't already have it in place and we have the ability to do so, something like this one that has 11 members appointed by the board, I think, that we split it by district where possible, so it's evenly placed, both geographically for the representation of the board, and then also so each supervisor has that opportunity.
Well, could we specifically, I mean, one possibility might be 5 members appointed by the board and 6 members this other way or whatever, but could we specifically, this one is such a, I mean, there's some mandating with this, et cetera. I don't ever remember seeing this thing come in front of us. So could we get a report, when you're bringing back the other report, could you give us a report on who the 11 members are, when were they appointed, who nominated them? I'd just like to have the history of this one and help me figure out what to do.
Have you seen it again?
You can certainly follow up with the commission staff, or since you gave us the record, to provide us the information so that we can see who's currently on the sitting board and take a look at their bylaws as well.
Just a point of information for you is when that ordinance was adopted, because that's exactly how it was brought in, the in-home supportive services, actually it did give the membership, and I believe that the committee actually, their client representatives that actually make up the actual in-home supportive committee, and that the department actually went and brought the appointment names to the board. So I think they were actually client-serving people that actually made up that particular committee for you.
It'd be nice to know when did they come and who is it, and all that would help.
And how are they evenly distributed? And I did want to point out one item for all of us, and I'm sure we all know on page 30 of 48, the Mental Health Board. It's required also, and the composition is very specific by the state. And the Mental Health Board has asked me to emphasize the need for consumers on that. We're supposed to have 5 consumers sharing, or just consumers in general, besides the consumer at large one. There are needs for having consumers, which are clients of the system. So something to think about.
There was something you talked about before. As you go through some of these, how do you combine some of these together?
Yeah, I was looking at the opportunity to combine the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, which is also in the Behavioral Health Department, into the Mental Health Board. I know that we have since had a lot of new members put on the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, also known as ADAB. So it has a different composition than it did. I know they're becoming more active. My emphasis was that they deal with issues related to drug addiction and alcohol, and 70% of people with mental illness also have a co-occurring drug or alcohol problem. So it seemed like a good place to be able to look at it. I think the Mental Health Board itself needs to concentrate more of its energy there too. And since it takes a lot of staff time to staff both committees, it seemed like it would be cost efficient to put the ADAB as a subcommittee of the Mental Health Board.
Is there any legal requirements that would cause a problem or anything?
Well, actually, I recall a year or two ago, my office authored an opinion on that subject, and while I don't recall all the details of that opinion, my general recollection is Supervisor Parks has said correctly that the ADAB could be rolled into the Mental Health Board.
Right. Well, we can't eliminate the mental health board, it's state required.
Right, but it can roll in.
The ADAB, I think, is what we as a county put together. So that's something I'm interested in. I'm glad that they have formed a subcommittee, at least, of both together. That subcommittee is on the ADAB board, but I think it's really helpful, really needed, and that brings on the whole issue of things like methamphetamine, your methamphetamine task force, just how many people have mental illness because of methamphetamine, and it's permanent. And as a result, they have almost doubled the number of clients in our behavioral health department, just people with meth, and they have specific characteristics that are different from other people with mental illness. And to me, it's something we need to get our hands around. But I digress.
I think it's worth looking at. I thought a couple of years ago, but maybe it was around the same time that County Council looked at that there was a work done by the agency director at the time with the two boards, and that there was a consensus to not meld the two. But it really is a policy question for us, for either efficiencies or good public policy to take a look at it.
And the way the mental health board subcommittees are now are related to age, so they'll have, the transitional age youth, the older adults, and so they aren't structured for it at this. So that I was glad to see that we got at least that subcommittee put together. But there does need to be a greater emphasis on that. And I know Supervisor Foy was interested in the cost efficiencies because of that too. And that concludes mine.
Well, good. I appreciate you going through that. Does anybody else have any other questions in regards to some of these? I know our original thought process on having this today was to look at how do we want to handle looking at these. That's really what we got into a little problem last time. So, and maybe part of it is that we go through this and we look at them. I don't know. We do have some costs. I appreciate Supervisor Parks talking about those other ones. I think you saw $31,000 on the alcohol, and also another. Those combined, we're talking about $60,000. Is there a way to save some money? And is there also maybe a possibility as we move into budget to kind of look at some of these during that time, as the budget comes up? But I think our original thing was how do we want to look at them? Anybody have any comments on that?
Yeah. I think by comparison to what we were doing last time, and I think didn't work very well for us, and that'd be just way too inefficient. I think we're doing it just right, and that is nominate the stuff that you think doesn't make sense, or I shouldn't say even doesn't make sense. Nominate stuff that you want us to have the discussion on, but the stuff you don't, then you don't. I mean, something that's in, Supervisor Parks' district that she's working with all the time, and doesn't have I'm probably going to look to her for leadership in terms of whether she wants to do it. Something else, though, that's sort of more countywide, put it out there and just throw it up, and then we'll have a conversation. If I could, so anyway, that's what I would propose, and so partially this could come back. I would like to, something I just realized, I just checked my calendar. 2 weeks from now, I may have a problem in terms of attendance, and I wondered if we can make this 3 or 4 weeks from now, and kind of let County Council and CEO figure out what's best on our agenda and stuff. Could we go back and we'd have to go back and change that motion, right? Because we actually
said
did the motion
20th.
It was to February the 26th.
That was we have two situations. You have the first item, the previous item, that you set up for 2 weeks. You want that one to
yeah, that's what I'm saying. These things are very part and parcel. I mean, they're really a lot of the same thing. Whether, like, for example, whether you have one of those determines whether you're going to have 2 people on that, or in terms of appointed, and all of that other stuff. So, anyway.
Okay.
Maybe in
so
our
is that part of the motion?
Or perhaps in our next motion we can change the previous date for returning.
You set up for the 27th, the previous one.
we just, can we leave it?
Well, that's the one I'm talking about, the 27th is where I see the problem, so
That's
could
what
we,
he said.
yeah, so could we go to first or second?
You could go back to your previous item and change that date, that return date, if you would like to. And you can then package these two if you would like to.
To do the same way?
So
make that as
technically,
part of this
yeah,
motion?
technically it has to be a motion for reconsideration on the previous one.
Okay.
Do you know what date where you're going to be?
Do you want March?
It's the 27th that I wouldn't, so if we could go beyond the 27th,
You'd
right?
either be going March the 4th or you'd be going March the 11th.
Why don't we just say March the 4th or the 11th and leave it up to the CEO and county council based on what else is happening? Because I think this takes us a fair amount of time to have these conversations and stuff too. So whichever one of those two is going to be more appropriate time-wise and all that other stuff. So I'll make the motion to reconsider since I voted for it.
Okay, just a second. We're back on item 2030.
The two motions that were associated with that item, right?
Okay, so you're doing your reconsideration.
So we need to vote on to reconsider.
Yeah.
First we vote on that.
Okay.
So I made the motion and Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy second, okay.
Yeah, so let me just. Okay. I need to vote on that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Flynn is absent.
Supervisor Flynn said he had a doctor's appointment he had to run to, so.
I will record that.
And now the motion is to modify the original motion to go to March 4th or 11th, leaving it up to the CEO's office. Right, it's determined.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Okay, this is,
Okay.
Peter, did you second that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what it says here anyway.
So,
Okay, got it.
Okay.
and you were asking sort of, what's the process? And I
Right.
think this is a good process. And I would offer, so that everybody doesn't feel like they have to get it all done, is that when this comes back, we could say, hey, you know what, and go, because this is cumbersome going through this. You might say, here's 5 more, I'd like to do those in June, and let's bring those back in June. And that's much more efficient, I think. Then we know what we're focused on. We can all research just those items before they come. The other thing I like about giving us a little bit more time is when these things come back, just having enough time for us to go through it and make sure we know what we want to do when they come back.
Right. I think there's been some good ideas here about how we
Mr.
can
Chair,
do
can I
something.
just give your board a kind of like a process about the boards and commissions. A lot of boards and commissions, as you see in here, say that a lot of the departments have done their own bylaws, and that's where they're usually setting their terms. But actually, if you look at most of the board appointments that each one of you make from your district appointments, they've always coincided with the term of your office, which actually is the most convenient way to track them. And I have to say that. A lot of them do not do that. And when you're talking about the mental health board and the alcohol and drug board, those are the 2 biggest committees to track the hardest, because it almost goes back to even the staff people are asking, where are we fitting these people in terms, okay?
Yes.
So the difficulty from my point of being the staff to have to keep track of the boards and commissions is if there can be some kind of consistency on the appointments of, like right now, usually in a 4-year term, you're staggering the terms, so actually they're not all expiring in 1 year. But if you are looking at policy and procedure on giving direction to staff, that could be one of them to definitely try to look at, because I think all of your staffs just have the same difficulty trying to track those terms just as much as I do.
Yeah. When you think about it, there's 5 of us. We each have 4 appointees to those 2 boards. That's 40 people that you have to keep track of.
Correct.
Yeah, good point.
So, and then a lot of the appointments at large that you're going to find that we'll bring back and say these are the ones that all of you kind of take make an appointment to if you know about them and when, is that those 2, sometimes those are, their terms are not consistent. They're not consistent with your terms. So those 4 years kind of like could be in between a cycle for a supervisor's term, et cetera. So it's just something to look at as far as the terms.
Do we have the legal right to tell them what their bylaws have to say in regards to this? We do.
Mr. Chairman, yes. In fact, in the past, we have occasionally urged that bylaws be adopted by the board rather than be left up to the body itself. That tends to create a more positive atmosphere for operations of the board, committee, or commission if its bylaws are established by the board. With respect to the clerk's concern about the offices, one possible solution to at least some of those concerns would be to create numbered offices, much as your districts are numbered. If the mental health board, for example, had a fixed number of offices and each office had a number associated with it, then it would be much easier for the clerk to keep track of those terms of office and whether someone is filling an unexpired term when appointed or is starting a new term and so forth.
District 2, District 1.
Person A, District 1, person B.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think you were kind of putting together a motion in terms of having us come back with what boards that we would like to look at. And my thought on that is that we have some period of time where we can submit some committees, and then just the ones that we're interested in looking at are the ones that would be on our plate.
I was really just answering the question. I'm happy to try to fashion that into a motion if that seems like where people want to go.
So, were you asking in the sense that the ones you want to look at, you may say, here's the 6 I want to look at?
Yes.
For this week kind of thing, and then?
Just in general, I mean, there's 63 of them. Some of them, you know, I think I have no problem with. Some I'd be willing to consider, and others I'd like to look at.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be where I would want to go. Let's not go through this exercise of looking at tracks when we, you know, unless there's a concern of a supervisor of a particular one. One, it raises expectations and anxieties of bodies that we may, you know, why do we need to look at them? If they're mandated, they're fulfilling their responsibility, all of those things. So just let's bring back what ones we have concerns with.
Sure. For something she's just talking about process. We have this number one. We'll come back in March and have one conversation. That could be a time for us to identify some others. But I'll tell you, we're going to get pretty heavy into the budget. But a really good time is right after we finish that budget. You know, before you start to get in the summertime could be another time. So when we could come back in March and identify the things that we want to look at, give staff plenty of time to really check out all those answers. Like already, we've given staff a fair number of questions to get answered. Let's ask, let's come back with your questions, come back with the committees you'd like to have looked at, and then, we don't have to do it, but see where the CEO's going, and we're also adjusting with a new CEO, a new budget cycle, and all that other stuff, and bite off maybe where we really block out a day where we really spend time talking about this, because this does take a lot of time to talk about. So if you'd like, I'd fashion this into some kind of motion, right?
Yeah.
So the motion would be for us, the process that we're going to follow with this is that any supervisor can nominate a committee or a commission for us to review for either a modification or for its effectiveness, whether we want to keep it or not or modify it. That we should bring those back in our mid-March meeting, and that we can bring them back after that also if you come up with something, sure, right? With the idea that we take one look at this in March, and we take another look at a minimum no later than right after we do the budget, maybe sooner if we have some slow time. But
so we could submit our ones that we'd like to look at to the CEO's office, and then they can gather all of them together, and we can have them before us.
Yeah, I think when we come in March, and what we should also submit with that are the questions we have, like, who are these 11 people? I don't ever remember that. Let's get them, because we want to get this into a doable assignment for the CEO. So it ought to be your questions and the committees that you'd like to have looked at. The committees you'd like to have looked at, and what questions do you have about those committees?
That sound reasonable?
That make sense? Right. So that'd be my motion.
Okay.
Berta, did I get it to you clear enough?
Push
Make
the
it a little
button.
easier.
So my understanding would be in March, we're going to come back with the answers to the questions posed relative to the items that you've already brought up.
Today, that's right.
And between now and then, you might also, you individually may submit additional things that you want to have go on the list to be considered also by the board in March for future planning.
No. Yeah. Between now and March, and even when you come back in March, that's when we submit to you new things for you to be
So we
looking
take
at
one
then
bite,
later.
the first bite
Right,
now.
we're going to do the first bite. And the other advantage of that is it gives us, let's take a small bite, see how we handle
See how it works
that.
out, right.
Because we might end up with 15, 20 for the next one. So let's see where that goes. So the idea would be in March, we're just telling you what we want to have looked at by the time we finish the budget. I hope that helps.
I'm also seeing it as an opportunity to submit those 7 committee commission boards or something that I would like to question their, whether we want to keep them or not. So that will also be part of that mix.
That's right. You can, you can identify them right now, or you can, get that cleaned up and your questions cleaned up and identify that, so that in March we sort of pass a motion saying these 18 we want to look at next.
Instead of the 63.
Yeah, instead of 63.
Yeah. I'm sure not everybody wants to look at everything. Okay.
Because the other thing is, that way you bring it up, but it's the board that says, yes, we want to look at that in June. I mean, I could see it's possible, somebody brings something up, everybody goes, that's
Right.
a waste of time. Who wants to do that? So it shouldn't be just you submit it to the CEO and now they have to go out and do all that research. You submit it for the board to review in March, and in March the board decides whether they want to review it.
Then they go to-
and then you're only reviewing, the CEO's only spending the time on the items that we.
That's right. Okay. Sounds great.
I'll second that.
So we have a second. We'll vote.
Hold on. Then, if I can, I'd
Yes.
like to do a follow-up motion. I think whatever comes of this process, it sure would be nice to have a system for those at-large appointments. So if we can get to maybe once a year, maybe at the beginning of the year like we're doing now, we have a list of everyone whose term is up that year, and because if they're at-large, we may not otherwise know it as individual supervisors.
Have a process developed for us to track that.
We need to know whose terms are up so we know that we can put nominees forward.
It's a lot of work in the beginning, but it's good for us.
I appreciate that. I think that's a good idea. It means we'll be pretty busy when that all comes, right? So we may want to think about exactly what our timing is, but that's very appropriate. The other thing we should have with that is when the at-large appointment then comes open in the middle of the year because somebody moves, leaves, or whatever, we should also have what's the policy that we're going to use in the middle of the year.
And that idea that was brought forward to try to get those consistent with our terms, that works best. So
Good.
that would be the motion.
Rationality reigns in
Do
the
you have a
boardroom.
motion? Do you understand that, Roberta? Okay. Okay, good. Is there anything else on this item? I appreciate it. It's great discussion. Hopefully we can move forward and get some real efficiencies going. That's great. Good ideas. All right, we will adjourn.